All right, hello everybody, and welcome to the Shadowcasters Network, where we are playing The Quiet Year. It's a tabletop RPG. It's a map-making, community-building game, and I'm very excited to be joined today by Scrim and Opti. Scrim is a GM here on the Shadowcasters Network. We've seen her do some awesome stuff with Kids on Bikes, Night Witches, Optiverse, so lots of cool stuff, as well as being a cast member on Join the Anarchy and Leverage, and also a co-host on the non-Shadowcasters Network, but affiliated All About Science podcast. So how are you, Scrim?
I'm good. I'm so excited to play. I'm super excited. It's been a while since I deviated from my usual RPGs, so
yeah,
this is really cool system.
We haven't had a chance to actually play something, I think, like basically the entire year. We've just kind of been on hiatus, so this is I'm so happy to be playing with you again. Yay! And also joining us is Opti, fellow Shadowcaster / founder of Fragging Unicorns Games and host of Neo Anarchist podcast.
Yeah, I'm doing very, very well. It occurs to me that I have played with the both of you before, I think on a Join the Anarchy game, but I have not played with the both of you solo.
I think Scrim wasn't there on that episode.
Maybe not. Yeah, and then it's possible that I've never played with Scrim before, but I've watched her work, and
we did Mutants and Masterminds.
Yes, but I was just doing the.
Yeah, you were the
background for that. So.
Yes, that's true. All right, well,
I'm excited. This is a great team.
Yeah.
We're blazing trails.
Also, I'm Oz. Hi.
Oz.
Yeah, whatever. Also, thanks to Palmer for the super chat. Said this is for the amazing intro. Thank you very much. I worked on that, even though I probably shouldn't have, given that this is a one shot. But I don't care. I was inspired, and I'm gonna go with my inspirations.
For every minute we're playing tonight, he spent a minute working on that intro.
Yes. Actually, yes.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Worth it. All right, so The Quiet Year. I'm going to read some going to set our table up here. So we have our blank map. Everyone can now see our map in chat, as well as some of our stuff: abundancy, scarcities, names, our contempt tokens, deck of cards. So how does this game work? Well, first I'm going to start with some intro fiction. There's an opening story to get us started, and then I'll go ahead and explain a couple of basics about the game to help our audience and ourselves just get reoriented, and then we'll get started. So, for a long time, we were at war with the jackals. Now we've finally driven them off, and we're left with this: a year of relative peace. One quiet year with which to build our community up and learn again how to work together. Come winter, the Frost Shepherds will arrive, and we might not survive the encounter. This is when the game will end. But we don't know about that yet. What we know is that right now, in this moment, there is an opportunity to build something. So, our map. Before playing, we're going to establish some of the landscape. So as we play, we're going to update the map to reflect new discoveries, conflicts, and opportunities. Parts of the map will be literal cartography, and other parts will be symbolic. So we're going to try to avoid writing words on it, but common symbols are fine. Throughout the game, we're all going to be responsible for drawing on the map, and it's fine to draw poorly or crudely, but all of us are going to draw. We're going to have project dice. That's what that die is for. So whenever our community starts a project, we're going to place one on the map next to the thing that that we've drawn, the project that's been started, to note how many weeks it's going to take to finish. And each week, they're going to tick down by one, and when a die reaches 0, the project is complete. Contempt is, they represent... They're supposed to be tokens, but we're just going to keep a score here on the table for everyone to see. They represent any tension and frustration that might arise within the community, and I'll get into those a little more. And then finally, every week of the quiet year, we're going to do some actions. So, but before I get into what those actions are specifically, basically we're starting with spring. And then we're working our way through the year. So we're going to be drawing cards that represent spring. And then we're going to be drawing, once we're done there, then we'll go into summer, autumn, and then end in winter. And when we get to winter, if we draw the King of Spades in winter, that is representing the Frost Shepherds. The game is over. And so it could come at any time during the winter. Okay. So who are we? We're all going to have 2 roles to play in this game. The first is to represent the community at a bird's eye level and to care about its fate. And the second is to dispassionately introduce dilemmas as scientists would conducting an experiment. So we are asked to move in and out of these 2 roles. We don't embody specific characters. We don't act out scenes. We just represent the currents of thought within the community. So whenever we speak or we take action, we might be representing a single person, or we might be representing a lot of people within the community. What we want to do is we want to care about the fate of these people and understand communities in conflict. So we're going to be presented with opportunities to introduce new issues for the community to deal with. This will happen whenever we draw cards or we use one of the actions, which is to discover something new. Okay. So we are going to first establish some facts about the community and what its surroundings are like. So we're going to begin with a brief discussion, taking about 2 minutes at the most, about the general terrain and the habitat of the area. So this can be as simple as someone saying, how about a community in a rocky desert? And then everyone else just nods in agreement. And then at this point, each of us should introduce a detail about the local terrain. And when we introduce our detail, we sketch our contribution onto the map. And these sketches should be rough and simple, leaving lots of blank space for additions during play. The community itself should be a fairly large piece of the map. It occupies maybe, let's say, a third of the sheet. And unless we otherwise state, the general assumption of this game is that our community has about 60 to 80 members. All right. So what kind of community do we want to have? What kind of terrain? What kind of habitat? What's going on? We know that we're post-war with the jackals.
The first thing that came to my mind is a river, like a large river would be cool.
Okay.
Like if we just found this big, right? Like almost untamed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not some small thing that we can easily, deal with and bend to our will, but it's a significant. It's almost a power in its own right.
Absolutely.
Right?
All right, so go ahead and draw
a threat and a blessing, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and draw a river on our map.
All right.
Also, I want to invite chat to also contribute. I think we should also make chat a fourth participant in a way. So feel free to give us some details as well.
Absolutely.
And we'll go ahead and incorporate them. All right, so
I think that
Is that too big?
yeah, maybe like scooch one of those lines in a little bit, and then. But yeah, that just cuts
me.
right across.
Oh, look at that.
nice.
Yeah, skills.
Nice.
So I think that if with a river of this description, fast moving, intense, that we are at the foot of a mountain range, maybe in the foothills. So this river comes off of the mountains. And so in the distance we can see mountains, and I think maybe that was chosen for safety.
Yeah.
Maybe one thing.
Yeah. All right. So go ahead and draw some mountain range. And actually, if you want to maybe erase a little bit of the top part of the river, you can introduce that in there. Let's see.
No sense of scale for what we're doing. So if I drew a 500,000 foot river, I'm sorry.
I mean, Palmer in chat thinks it's an awesome river.
Oh gee, that mountain's a little spiky. Maybe I'll
Oh, cool.
Mount
So we're doing the mountain range like here down the bottom. Okay, got it.
maybe it'll be more like this is not to scale kind of thing.
Yeah.
The mountain ranges are in that direction. You can see them.
Okay, got it. Let's see. So the obvious choice would be a forest, but what is something else that mountains would be adjacent to? I'm not familiar with mountains because I'm from Miami, so.
You can have mountains next to plains.
Plains?
Yeah, like
Oh, like the sound of
Like
music? Oh, I'm about that. Okay, yeah, we're gonna do,
Foothills.
yeah. I like that. I like the prairie kind of thing. So maybe like, yeah, just this like large open field of grass and hills and stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and add some hills. I hope this is green. Yeah, that looks green. All right, so like hills and...
Yeah, man, you're crushing it. This is good.
Yeah, it just...
your hills are
They're
nice.
alive.
Oh no, I don't like that one. Right, and then like little like not poppy fields, like sunflowers and stuff, like lots of...
Oh, you gave me a cool idea.
Oh yeah. Feel free to keep like adding to stuff on the map, right? Like, yeah. So like different like flowers and stuff. Just very, it's like lots of wildlife. But then, that's one side. So like this is, this is like a really verdant side of the river. But then maybe this one is like scorched earth. So it's just like
there was some yeah
Some stuff went down.
fights or something.
Yeah. All right. So scorched hills on one side of the river, and then like really verdant flowers and very sound of music on the other side.
I have an idea too. I think that on the hill, on the verdant side, there are like a lot of prairie dogs living. So you've got like it's almost treacherous. Like there's some parts where people can easily get injured.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'll draw a prairie dog.
I don't know. Try it.
Let's see.
How much detail do we get into right here?
We don't have to get into too much detail. I mean, really, we just we can have a little fun just setting up, but we're gonna go ahead and advance real quick. In just a second, but just to get ourselves our bearings. I mean, this is the starts of our community, right?
There's a sad face over to the side.
This is the prairie dog.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Oh, so
Don't
that's like
worry.
beyond the hills.
No, I'll make him like. I'll see if I can make him small.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. This is prairie dog area.
Palmer says the grasslands and the sound of music are just mountain plateaus. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, that's like right off the mountains.
And then Palmer uses a word I've never heard of before.
Cows, aurochs.
I don't know what an auroch is.
I think they're cows.
Oh,
Aren't they like
Pre cows, undomesticated.
yeah.
pre
like-
cows.
No,
Yeah,
seriously.
they're like the fuzzy
I'm
ones.
joking.
They're like the hairy ones, right? They're it's almost like
Well,
buffalo.
I don't think they exist anymore. I
got a kick out of that.
cow
Pre cows.
ancestors. Pre cows.
Oh god. All right. So next.
I will Google that.
All right, so let's move on. Resources. So we each declare an important resource for our community, something that we might either have in abundance or scarcity. So some examples are going to be stuff like clean drinking water, source of energy, protection from predators, adequate shelter, food. Choosing a resource makes it important for our community if it wasn't already. So if we pick gasoline, for example, it becomes something that our community wants and needs. As a group, after we like list out the things that are important to our community, we're going to choose one of those resources to be in abundance, but then the others are going to be listed as scarcities. So looking at our community and where they live, what are resources that we think are important to this community, wherever they happen to live on this map?
So what are important resources, not what is in abundance?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna list some resources, but then we're gonna decide from that list what's the one that we have in abundance and what's the one that we don't. The ones that we don't.
I think water is something that we have is important, right? Like that's
Yeah, food and water would definitely be on the list.
yeah, and by a river, right? I mean, like food is generally gonna come alongside that, right? So.
Right. So we're gonna put water, drinking water. Is water just generally important to us for other reasons?
Okay, so that's a good question. Like, are we making something up in the abstract, or do we have to justify why it's important?
I think we should justify a little bit why it's important. Yeah. I mean, drinking water is obvious, but
yeah, for the obvious reasons.
But like, there's obviously things that we need that we wouldn't list if we're only listing 3, right?
Right. I mean, we could.
The obvious ones would be like food, water, and shelter. But I gather that we're supposed to be reaching beyond those, right?
We can. I mean, we could still play with the obvious ones, or we could maybe do, since we're only 3 people, maybe we do 2 apiece.
Yeah, I think we need more than 3. Yeah.
Okay, so drinking water is one. Another, we think food. What kind of food are we talking about? Like, because it could be, like, do we eat the prairie dogs, or like, do we have a wheat field somewhere? Like, what's our?
I'd say probably some berry bushes, some meat and game, definitely some grains as well. That would be what I'd imagine.
Yeah.
So
chat says fish.
Fish
Might be common, or I don't know if it's a rapid river, right? I don't know how fish work.
Salmon.
Well, generally they just live in water, so I think that's all we need to know for this.
I've been to Long John Silver's. That's about as far as it goes.
All right, so drinking water, fish.
I think one thing that we would need, and that would be scarce, would be timber, wood.
Yeah.
Right. So shelter would be something we need, right?
Mm-hmm. But timber is important to our community.
So like building materials or just wood in general.
Yeah,
like
because right now we actually,
stuff.
Looking at this map, we have no shelter. There is nowhere to. Maybe in the mountains, but yeah. So timber would be important for sure.
Hollow out a hill.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked berries, or just fruits. Fish and fruits, I think. You gotta get our vitamin C.
Is this abstract, high level question?
Mm-hmm.
Is this meant to be Earth, or can this just be a or not, right? Like, is this a strictly Earth rules type world, or
it is not? We can make it whatever we want.
So we could have had phlebotinum as one of those things if we just, didn't
Right.
care.
And
right?
still
Okay.
can.
Yeah, right. Okay. I'm not going to. I don't think this is a phlebotinum world that we've created, but
Right.
Well, maybe there is. Okay, so you mentioned vitamin C. I think that actually in this world there is another nutrient that we need to get externally, that can become a problem. And in this region, it is exclusively found in like a bioluminescent flower, sort of that grows. I'm imagining it almost as like grass, and then it grows a little bit like a dandelion, like these wispy fuzzes on top of them, and then at nighttime they'll glow. So they're easy to find at night, but it's hard to.
But you have to go out at night, right?
Yeah, and so maybe there's other issues there. So you have these.
I had something like that too. I didn't know where to put it, but like I thought when Oz said poppies, or somebody said poppies earlier, I thought, ooh, that would be something cool, right? I like where you're going with that. Some kind of flower, right, that like does some cool stuff, but also presents some problems. I like it.
All right. So what are we going to call
cross
that?
poppies off.
bio-
We're not gonna deal with that.
Bioluminescent poppies, or
just flowers, right? I mean, like,
glow poppies.
glow poppies. All right.
gloppies. Oh, that doesn't work.
Gloppies. Guys, we're low on gloppies. We need to go hunting for gloppies.
All right, and then I want to, let's see, adding one last one. Maybe iron from the mountains. Like we maybe want
I like that.
We maybe like want some. Well, I don't know, right? Because this seems like kind of a little bit of a vegetarian. No, you know what? No, we need iron because we need to be able to spear fish.
Okay, I like
boat
iron,
cages and
but I
stuff.
think we don't get it from the mountains. We get it from the scorched side.
Like,
From all the,
yeah,
discarded
like
weapons and
there's
stuff?
leftover stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
But we don't want to go over there.
It's bad because there's also landmines.
I was gonna say landmines, right? Like
Oh, go ahead.
landmines.
Draw some landmines on those hills.
There'll be landmines in them hills.
Yeah. All right, so we get to pick one of these 6 resources to be in abundance, and then everything else is going to be in scarcities. Is abundances even a word? I just realized it is not.
I don't think it
should
is.
be abundances. That's embarrassing.
It's okay. I mean, water's the obvious one. Would it be anything else?
I mean, unless the water's dirty from the war.
Yep, that's cool. That's actually very interesting.
How would it be dirty from the war unless the war took place in the mountains and just had like, because it's a very rapid, huge river, right? There would have had to be a lot of nuclear level stuff going on in the mountains for this to.
Well, actually, what it could be is like a environmental hazard that comes in precipitation, and so because the winter is coming, like this, it was fine now, but the battles that happened like on the other side now in the spring when it thaws, we're gonna start to get like lead in our water or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Oh, all right. Lead in our water from precipitation. Okay, so that's a scarcity. Then, to me, that also means that the fish are scarcity
Yeah,
because they don't want to be
you
here.
need to decontaminate them somehow.
Yeah. Timber is clearly a scarcity because that's nowhere to be found. So that leaves fruits, glow poppies, and iron.
If it doesn't become scarce until winter, does that belong in scarcities?
So we have
I
the
don't know.
opportunity we have the opportunity throughout our community building to make these scarcities abundances, and abundances can also become scarcities. So as we build projects, we're like, for example, decontaminating the water project, whatever that looks like, then we can move the drinking water over into abundance.
Gotcha.
So why don't we just put the glow poppies in abundance?
Sure.
Good.
Screw it.
It's a springtime flower.
Yeah.
Fruits and
that way we get to
berries.
learn more about it.
Sure.
Okay.
Just one abundance?
Yep, just one abundance. We're starting from scratch. All right. So whoever called the abundance, so the glow poppies, that's Scrim, you get to draw it on the map somewhere.
Okay.
And we should also draw the scarcities on the map as well. So things that we talked about was like, this is like really dirty water. So we're going to draw definitely going to draw some gray in there, some gook. Right. Right. And then timber and iron. I'm gonna take fish. Opti, what are you taking?
I was drawing fish, but
you're gonna go. No, then draw fish. Draw the. Yeah, no, go ahead. Draw the fish. Whatever signifies fish scarcity. I'll draw like messed up trees on this like scorch side to be timber.
Have we done? Do we need fruits?
Fruits. Yeah, we need to signify why there are no fruits on this map.
Okay, I'll put some fruits. I know what I'll do.
How do you draw lack of fruit?
Here, I'll draw a bush with.
Oh, is that what we're drawing? Is lack of fruit?
Yes.
Or lack of?
Yes. We have to represent on the map the scarcity. So
here's the bush.
You can take the fish and just put like a big X on over
Big X around them. Okay. I was like, I clearly did not get that.
So this is like outside of the prairie, kind of these hills, right? There was a forest, but it's like it's so messed up and it's just nothing but chopped up and here just to like signify that they're like the tops of they've all been cut down or how cute is that? I love it.
Okay, so yeah, the bush is like empty of fruits because it grew on the scorch side.
Got it. All right. Next.
I can't interact with these. It's very annoying.
All right, so now we know what's going on with our community. Where do we think that we generally live on this map?
Okay, I was drawing fish. What are these? What are the brown things on the right?
Those are the trees, all the messed up trees. So like there used to be a forest right out like on the limits of these hills, but that's also been decimated by the war.
Where's the iron?
So it's just a bunch of tree stumps. The iron is somewhere in these hills. Like there's
like inside the hills.
Yeah, like we have to go hunting for them there. Like there's landmines and
okay,
discarded weapons and stuff.
I would probably place us here.
That's where I was thinking. That was exactly my thought.
Yeah.
Exactly where there's no fish.
In the no fish zone.
Between
So
no fish and the water and the prairie dogs.
So we're here, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so now let's begin our weeks. So the basic unit of play is a week. So every week a turn is taken by one player. I'll start just to like show what it looks like, and then we can all kind of get into that rhythm. And then we go clockwise around the table. So every week should take about 3 to 5 minutes to complete. So I'm going to draw a card, and then I'm going to consult the Oracle, and then we're going to see where that takes us. So our first card is a 5. So the 5, I have a choice of there's a disquieting legend about this place. What is it? Or alarming weather patterns destroy something. How and what? Okay, so the disquieting legend's cute, but I actually really like the alarming weather patterns destroying something, because we were already talking about how the precipitation is now finally starting to like rear its ugly head. So maybe it like destroys what would we, I don't even know like what our community looks like because we haven't really drawn anything. So I'm gonna draw
Is this collaborative right now, or are we
No.
just listening to you? This is like your turn. You get to do this stuff.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
I am keeping an eye on chat. Like we should be able to keep an eye on chat, and I would encourage chat to also like role play as things in the community, like people in this community, so that way we can also kind of get a little more vibrancy in our descriptions of stuff. So what it destroys. So actually, I can ask stuff though. Scrim. Precipitation, would I be correct in thinking like it would rust a bunch of stuff
Yeah, if it's like,
if it's corrosive,
Yeah.
right?
it could be corrosive, yeah.
Okay, so maybe we had like these ramshackle like tin shacks and stuff, and they were like rusting already. Like the precipitation's just so bad, and it's just like causing a bunch of holes and stuff. So like all of our shacks are getting ruined and destroyed.
Okay, and were our shacks made of?
They're made of like tin, like those those like kind of like aluminum, like whatever scrap metal you can find that just like becomes roofs and walls. Like that's all that we've been able to have, and so this is kind of like our little. These are the first few little homes that we've been able to build. And they're already starting to rust, so I'm gonna put like little rust-colored dots on them. Right, and then.
So not built to last, just built to
Survived the previous.
Yeah.
winter?
Mm-hmm.
whatever immediate weather there was, we needed to stop.
Right. Yeah, like our community has been living in this. This was what we built, and now, womp. So this shelter is no longer gonna do anything for us. So actually, I've basically introduced a scarcity, I think. Right? So shelter has become a scarcity. So I'm gonna add that to our scarcity list. Okay. Next, project dice, we don't have any. And then I choose an action. So I can discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project. Discover something new is I introduce something onto the map. So it could be a new opportunity or a dilemma. Hold a discussion is we have a conversation as a community of what to do. And start a project is I choose something that the community is going to work together to accomplish. And we just begin working on it. So, I think, I guess we need to. What is a project that would get a shelter right now? I think we're gonna have a project of an expedition into the mountains to find some caves.
Oh,
That could hold.
That's significant. That could move our community.
Yeah, I mean, because we need somewhere that we can maybe shack up, right? So, all right. So I'm gonna draw this like expedition, this little knapsack. Right.
Palmer says, "We already live in ramshackle homes made of scraps. And now the scraps have holes and the water comes right in. Last night, I slept in a corrosive mud puddle. Fun."
This poor community.
Palmer is playing the role of one of our villagers. He's going to periodically give
I love
us,
it.
on
The
the
mood
ground.
of the community. Yeah. They're not happy.
I have a question. So if I add contempt, do I talk about it? Do I just pop it up there and
You just pop. Yeah, you could. I mean, say that you're taking Contempt. I mean, normally we would just literally physically grab a token and that would show it.
Right.
But for
Okay.
purpose of the stream, I think it's okay if you just go ahead and say, I'm taking Contempt.
Once I figure out how to, I will do so.
Just like click the 0.
Like representing
And
Scrim that
retype one.
you didn't care for that decision.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, there was, yeah.
Okay. So how long so we get to discuss this as a group. How many weeks do you think it will take for this expedition into the mountains to succeed in finding like a cave or some kind of shelter?
I think longer than 3 weeks, right? It would be frightening for people to just march into the mountains, right? Like we're 60 to 80 people, right? We don't.
Yeah, we're sending some people out. It's not going to be the whole expedition, and it's not going to be the whole community, but we're sending people out to
I'd say 4 or
to
5.
scout. 4 or 5?
weeks.
Yeah, I don't know how much. I don't know. That seems like a long time, right? To be
4?
gone.
4 though. Yeah, I mean, like if they're just doing
That's
like
a month, right?
Yeah, like they don't have to make a deep, excursion into the mountains, but just like just find a shelter as soon as you can, right? So, I could say 4 weeks.
Sure.
All right. So, to go over what Contempt is, right? So, what Scrim did is if she felt that she wasn't, she didn't like the choice that was made, she wasn't consulted or honored, or like I'm screwing with stuff that, like, basically she just didn't like where this is going, she can take a point of Contempt. And then Contempt signifies that she's, basically it's a social signifier more so than anything, but she can spend it if she wants to either act selfishly or to to represent that there's a contingent in the community that's acting selfishly and has basically said this community sucks and I'm going to do what I want, or to say that something that has happened in the community is going to mend relationships now with what she has in mind, right? So she can go ahead and spend that. So it's kind of like an abstract way to show the rest of the table how we're feeling and how, like, we don't want each other's contempt to go too high in comparison to everyone else's, because then it shows that they're not being like honored as much, right?
And to be clear, this is meant to represent the people in the town, though, yeah?
Yes.
Right, okay.
It could be you as well, like if you're
Right.
like just generally upset about it, yeah. But you're in kind of a bird's eye view way, you are feeling that there's a section of this community that is very unhappy about this expedition.
For sure.
I can imagine that. Absolutely.
Okay. All right, so that was my turn. So Scrim, you're up.
Okay. So I drew 10 of hearts. I get to choose. There's another community somewhere on the map. Where are they? What sets them apart from you? Or what belief or practice helps unify your community? I want another community on the map, for sure. Beliefs and practices are also interesting, but I was thinking, where are other people? Another community somewhere on the map. Where are they and what sets them apart from you? I think that past the Scorched Lands, there is a group of scavengers who comb through all of the rubble left behind. And this is not something that I think competes with our needs for iron necessarily, because it's a large area. So we don't necessarily, it's not that we run into them and fight them for supplies, but we might occasionally trade and stuff like that. But it's not terribly safe to go across the Scorched Lands, so it doesn't happen a lot. So they're very mobile, whereas we are a little bit more stationary.
Mm-hmm.
And they're our source of news and trade.
Nice. All right, so go ahead and draw something on the map to signify these scavengers.
And
Scavengers, Scassemble.
So like a group of nomads.
Yeah, I think we would call them the Ironhides.
Ironhides. All right.
I feel like Palmer's voice should be said every time he says something as a
Right.
community member, but
Hello.
it's gonna be a while. It'll happen a lot.
Yeah, okay, I'll do his recent one. He's the Ironhides. Hello, I'm a scavenger, and I gotta say, we really like your glow poppies, eh? I'm really bad at accents. I shouldn't have done that. It was a mistake because as soon as I started. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Have we
Yeah, I'll drop
decided
that
what our glow poppies do besides be like a light source at night? Is that maybe what they're good for? Light?
What? I would say something. Well, I don't know. Scrim, you came up with it. What do you think?
I was thinking they are a nutrient, a very important nutrient.
Like a vitamin?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
We would like vitamin C, like you get scurvy without it.
good for some medicine stuff too, right? Like here, you're sick, have some glow poppy. Maybe
right,
that'll help.
Yeah. Maybe
Oh, it's like a
little
medicine.
Bit, it's a little bit of an like an active
It's like
drug. Of
it's like
some kind.
Robitussin. It just do whatever.
Yeah, like chills you out.
Nice.
It's like snake oil, but for real.
All right. So the project dice, while you're finishing that up, project dice are reduced by 1. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And then you get to take an action.
I get to take an action. Okay, so I could discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project. I think now the hold a discussion is within the community, yes?
Yes. So you would start with a declaration or a question. You say something, and then Opti goes, says 1 or 2 sentences. I go and say 1 or 2 sentences. If you said a question, you get 1 or 2 sentences. But if it was a declaration, that's it for you.
Okay.
And then it's meant to represent the community, just the general feelings of the community. But there's no conclusion that comes out of it, just like real communities talk. It's messy and inconclusive, but it just generally gets the sense of what the community is feeling.
I think I will add something to the map.
Okay.
A herd of aurochs moves in the hills north of us.
I think you mean pre-cows.
Pre-cows. Moves in north of us, and it is a very large herd.
Mm.
They are big. They have very pointy horns. Very long pointy horns. And they're kind of scary looking.
Okay.
That looks really funny. Okay.
All right.
Shut up.
All right, Opti. Draw a card.
All right, here we go. That is the King of Hearts. Either a young boy starts digging in the ground and discovers something unexpected. What is it? Or an old man confesses to past crimes and atrocities. What has he done? Those are both good questions.
Those are really good.
I'm going to say the young boy digging in the ground discovers a gilded diamond crown.
Ooh.
And I think it's a crown. It's a very interesting crown that I think he thinks makes him the king. I don't know, this boy, he doesn't know what he's talking about, but that's what he finds.
do you want to name the boy? Because we can give him a name and then we'll put him on our list as a like kind of a member of our community. It's again not that he's like the star of the show, but it's just someone to reference moving forward.
We'll call him Damien the Wicked. Make sure you spell it with a Sidslow at the end.
Yeah.
Thank you, baby. Here, the kids said it's kind of dry.
Food is no longer scarce at my house.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's what we'll do. We'll add Damien the Wicked as as a boy who found a crown.
How old is Damien the Wicked?
Damien the Wicked is he's old enough to be controlled, and also or young enough to be controlled and old enough to be kind of obnoxious about it. So let's say 10 years old.
10. All right, so draw where draw something to signify.
Crown. Yeah, let's do that. He was playing. Let's say he was playing just in between. Oh, that's not it. Draw shape. He was playing off to the side of the village, between the village and the mountains.
Why are you wasting time with a useless crown, kid? Keep digging and maybe you'll find water or something useful. Damien, get a real job.
There we go. Kiana, if you can see that, that's 2.
Also, why can't we domesticate these wild cows? They seem delicious. Oh, the big horn stabbed Jeff. Guess that's why.
No, Jeff.
Poor Jeff.
Okay, we're gonna
give him some glow poppies.
Did you do the dice, by the way?
I'm going to now.
Okay. We're gonna hold a discussion. Damien the Wicked's father lightheartedly suggests like, hey, there was a reason, why governments get put in place. Maybe we should have a leader. I think we should have a leader. That's what he says. And I think now everybody else gets to talk about that?
Yes. So I'll go next. Leadership is earned, but these days, with no leaders in sight, all leaders dead, clearly this boy is destined to be our leader. He found the crown.
Okay, can you say that again? Leadership is earned, but he should have it because he found the crown? Is that what basically your line
Yes,
of reasoning
he
there?
found it. He found it, therefore he earned it.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
His big act was finding.
Digging. Okay. I think a leader would help to direct our resources to optimize our choices so we don't waste time running into caves in the mountains.
Passive aggressive agreement.
Nice.
I think it might just be straight up aggressive. Like,
Yeah.
this person is like, nope, that was dumb.
Yeah.
Maybe if there was a leader that
Time.
could stop all this nonsense. Yeah.
All right.
So that's it. That's how
That's
that
the discussion. Mm-hmm. All
There
right.
you go.
All right. So, yeah, clearly the entire community is like, yeah, sure, give it to this 10-year-old kid. He can run things. He has the
But like
crown.
also everybody's like, yeah, that's a good idea. I was like, wait, what? The dad's like, really? Like,
Wait, what?
all right then. I think we can work with this.
Sorry to interrupt. I need to take a quick break in about 10 minutes.
Absolutely. All right, so we'll do my round and then we'll call a
Sounds good.
Yep. We'll call a 10-minute break. All right, so my card is the Jack. You see a good omen, what is it? Or you see a bad omen, what is it? I think I think we see a bad omen. I'm just fucking with this community. I think we see a bad omen, and it is a body that's been like there is a like person hanging off basically Damien the Wicked has already executed someone on day one in his role as leader, and they are
Wait,
hanging.
so Damien became the leader?
Really?
I thought we were just talking.
Oh.
It's like, right? A week later, and he's
I mean,
actually
it seemed like the
crowned?
community was kind of in agreement, or at the very least, there's a small contingent in the community that's like, yes, this is the leader, right? And so
And maybe
like, there's
it's like a sense of like, oh, he's the chosen one, kind of. Maybe that's a narrative that's very strong.
yeah, for sure. There's like this weird messiah complex happening, right? So yeah, there's a person that's already been executed for dissent. So that's the bad
Damn.
omen, and it just hangs there. God. All right. You're free to take contempt if you'd like.
Oh
for
yeah,
that
I'm
one.
taking it right now.
That is certainly not going to sit well with the community.
No. All right. So project advances by 1, and then I get to take an action. I think I'm going to start another project. No, not start a project. No, let's hold a discussion about this. I think we need to talk about this now. We need to sort this out. I don't want to argue with divine fate that he found this crown, but I think he is he's not a good choice as a ruler, and I am afraid of this contingent that seems to be propping him up. So that's just a declaration on my side. Scrim?
In a practical sense, moving further into the winter, we need to focus our efforts on survival, and the less able-bodied people we have, the less likely we will be able to survive the winter. And then one of the villagers pipes up and says, "We won't last until winter. We're all gonna die and be eaten by wolves. Or hanged. Maybe both."
Thanks, Balmer.
Thank you, Bummer.
Optic.
I think there's a contingent of the villagers that doesn't want Damien to be leader, but they are willing to use Damien to stop the move to the mountains should that become a possibility. So they voice their support for Damien, pushing Damien, like giving him a majority maybe, but also they have a secret agenda of just not wanting to move to the mountains.
Got it. Okay. That was my turn. I think we actually have time for one more round, so Scrim.
Sure. Okay. Let's draw a card. 2 of Hearts. Okay. There's a large body of water on the map. Where is it? What does it look like? I think we covered that already. So I will take the other one. There's a giant man-made structure on the map. Where is it? Why was it abandoned? All right. To the northeast, there is a skeleton of a towering structure that looks bigger than the mountains. It isn't as tall as the mountains, but from our perspective, we're closer to it, so it looks huge. Maybe it's like 15 stories high. and it's been ripped down to its bones. We don't 100% know why, but it is basically like a concrete and steel skeleton, and we've noticed over the last few weeks that it's continuing to crumble. Maybe people are salvaging materials. Maybe it's being weathered, but it is kind of at the edge of the scorched lands. So I'll draw that in.
Okay. While you're drawing that, I'm going to advance the project. The project is actually complete. So when a project is completed, I believe I get to decide how that ends. Let's see. Using dividing community, weird artifacts. Let me look at what I wrote. It's my notes. Yeah. I can't find specifically, but what I recall is I get to say how it went. Projects should end like with something. So I will go ahead and say that this group returns and says, we've found this network of caves. So I'm going to put them here. By the river. That are... We cleared them out of the inhabitants, which was like some like maybe there was like a bear. They had to kill a bear to get into this cave network, but they also come back with like a goat that they've been able to for cooking. So basically kind of like hey, let's have some dinner. We have, there's some animals out there potentially that we can hunt. But we definitely have a cave network. So whoever wants to come and get out of this ramshackle, mess, and go to the caves.
All right. And I'm going to start a project. The community wants to hunt the aurochs, but with what we have, we can't really do it. So one member in the community comes up with the idea of herding them towards the more treacherous areas of gopher holes in hopes that they'll break a leg and at least we'll get one or two of them, and we can use what we've got.
Very nice.
And I think 1 week is probably sufficient. I put it up there, but we can discuss.
Herding them, I could see that be a week project for sure.
A couple days to plan, a couple days to execute it, and
yeah,
then a couple days to...
nearby gopher holes. So draw a couple of gopher holes and stuff around the aurochs, and then we can, as part of the project.
Sounds good.
All right. All right, so before we go into Opti's turn, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we will be right back with more The Quiet Year. Stay tuned. right, welcome back to the quiet year. So far, it has been nothing but quiet.
Yeah, not so quiet.
It's not
We've
so
had
quiet.
some interesting things happen.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and just show the map. Scrim's not back yet, but that's okay because it is Opti's turn. We are still in spring. We're about 6 cards in. As a rule, just in the interest of time, I'm gonna make it. Usually, you're supposed to go through the entire set of cards, but I think just to since we're on a stream and in the interest of time, we're just gonna do 9 cards per season.
A short game.
Yes, maybe 10. Let's say 10, because that way we can have each of us end a season, right? So one, I would end spring.
See how we're doing at the end of summer. Maybe we need more days. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and pull my card then, and it is a 3. Someone new arrives, or 2 of the community's younger members get into a fight. What? We're gonna choose that one because Damien the Wicked, who some factions, the majority faction, are hailing as the king of this community because he dug up a crown, a gilded diamond crown. And since then, he's had a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. He's already executed one person, and that wasn't enough to toss him out. But what did cause a stir is that Damien has been trying to boss around the other children. And there is a 12-year-old who Damien liked his this kid had a toy. What did this kid have? His name was Robert, and Robert had a doll, right? Like he had a sort of a comfort doll that he carried with him because things were rough before the war ended, and Damien stole this doll from Robert.
Wow.
Not because he really wanted it, just to prove that he could. And Robert clocked Damien the Wicked, and they started a brawl. So now it's a big thing, right? Like, what do you do? Is this a child? Like, children fight, but should we punish somebody? Like, is it a sin to hit the king? It's been a hard thing for the community to wrap its mind around. What exactly are the rules about kings and children and etc.?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So,
how do you want to draw that on the map to?
Let's see. We'll go to where the crown is, where the crown was found, over here, and we'll sort of blow that up a little bit. What's a symbol for fighting? Huh?
A little kapow.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll have a little. So that there's been some conflict around the crown.
Mm-hmm.
Robert, what do we call him? We'll just call him Robert. Robert and Damien the Wicked got in a fight. But the community is not only focusing on that, right? The questions of leadership are somewhat theoretical at this point, unless you're one of the ones who happens to die because of it. But somebody decided that because the auroch hunting is going so well, that they want to try to do something about the fish as well. So while the auroch hunters are getting their stuff on, there's going to be somebody who's going to say, I'm going to build a contraption to build a fish farm to see if I can't get some of those fish diverted from the river and swimming in a clean place right next to the city. So that's the we're going to divert the river a little bit into.
Wait, so the plan is you're gonna do a river diversion?
Well, not a diversion. Like, we're gonna create a little. I don't know what those are called, dude. And it's not letting me freehand for some reason.
Tributary?
There you
That's not
like a little diverticulitis in the river. I don't know what it's
Fork.
called. We're gonna like there, right? And that's it. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna erase this little thing over here, and then we're gonna copy that. Move this over. I think this is a longer term project. So what do you guys think? How long is this fish farm gonna take?
I mean, maybe the fact that there's no fish would be a problem because it's also dirty.
No, it's not that there's no fish. They're scarce because they're diseased, right? But if you could take some time to start farming good ones, and raise them in a, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying, dude. Like we're using I know. We're using glow poppies
you're
in
gonna heal
this
the
river
fish.
to purify the fish.
Okay,
Alright.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this is a longer term project. I think this is a 6-week project
for sure.
that won't really yield dividends until summer.
Yeah.
All right. And with that, my turn is done. Although I do think that we had
Yes.
a 1-week project, right?
Yes. So this project's complete. So tell us, Scrim, how did the aurochs hurting the aurochs into gopher holes to break their legs go?
So I can decide if it succeeded or failed.
Generally, you want it to succeed, so it's not like a huge waste of time.
Okay.
But
I
you can
think-
introduce a problem that came out of succeeding.
For sure.
Mhm.
So I think it was the work of 4 people in the community who made this project happen. They hit a couple bumps the first couple days. Managed to get an auroch stuck, and then one of the members ran in to try to subdue it, because one of the secondary goals was to domesticate these, and in the process failed, breaking his leg in a gopher hole, ironically. So now we have a severely injured member of our community, but managed to get 3 aurochs. So there's lots of meat and some hide, some bone, so things we can do with that.
Okay. Yeah, I think we could put that into, and especially now that we know that this is a thing that works, I think we could put something like that into abundances. What do we want to call this? Just game or aurochs, or let's say
I think
aurochs.
game, like this could be
Pre-cows,
used for other
it's fine.
herded animals, pre-cows.
All right.
And to round off my turn, the villagers says, I say we kick them both out. It's talking about Damien and Robert.
Mm-hmm.
Kick them both out into the wilderness for a week and see how they like it. We don't need to be wasting this energy or resources on them. And another villager says, glow poppy water. Who knew it was good for fish? Someone tested this, right?
This is the test, sarcastic villager.
And with that, I believe it's Oz's turn.
Yes. All right. So let's see. My card is the 4. A 4 is, what important and basic tools does a community lack, or where are you storing your food? Why is this a risky place to store things? Especially now that we have aurochs, right? Why is this a risky place to store our aurochs? Okay, I'm gonna do that one. Where are we storing all of this new, all this great food that we've got, all this meat? Well, since there's still this like community contingent that kind of controls the community, I'm gonna say that they've taken the whatever remnants they could of this this ramshackle kind of shelter stuff, right? Like anything that's like really been broken down, and they've been building a larger area to like start pooling resources. And so the people that are under Damien the Wicked's like what's the word I'm looking for? like the people, like the loyal subjects of Damien the Wicked, and like that entire group of people that are running the community, they're hoarding more of the resources. And so there's like, I'm gonna use like this, and I'm gonna say this is like, it's like they kind of like stack something on top and to like make into like a cathedral kind of look, right? With like this big gaudy crown that's made out of a bunch of like scrap metal. And that is where all of the meat is being stored. And that's clearly risky because it's up to them whether the people that want to dissent get access to food or not, and hide. I'm loving this Damien the Wicked drama.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is.
I'm gonna go ahead and take a contempt for that.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
That's not a cool. That's not a popular move.
It's not popular because you're not in the in crowd.
Group.
Yeah. Okay. So then we take a project. So there's 5 weeks left on the fish farm, and then I get to take an action. Okay. I'm gonna start a project, and I think it's gonna be there's a group, the minority of this community. They have a little campfire out on the outskirts, right, where they go and hang out and talk about how awful this all is and how they need to take control back. And the project is going to be to storm the cathedral and take all of the resources.
Oh, I love it. This is intense.
How long do I think this is gonna? How long do you think this is gonna take?
I'd say like 2 weeks.
2 weeks to plan and execute.
That seems about right.
Any longer and they risk it getting out.
Yeah.
But any shorter, it's gonna be a failed plan.
Right. Okay. So we'll make that 2 weeks.
Like that made sense. We're all agree it's like totally arbitrary things to say, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean that makes sense. It makes sense, right? They need to plan this quickly and efficiently without anyone noticing. All right, so that is my turn. Scrim.
All right. 7 of Hats. Where does everyone sleep? Who is unhappy with this arrangement and why? The other question is, what natural predators roam the area? Are you safe? I'm going to take the natural predators. The movement of the Auroch herd has attracted some predators. The herd is here for a while. This is where they have their babies. So they've started to have some babies, and the herd is growing, and they're shifting from place to place where the grass, like little bits of old dead grass they're able to forage, but occasionally packs of dire wolves are going after them, and they generally leave us alone, but fiddling around with the Aurochs means risking wolf contact and attack. And there's been a couple of close calls, especially with people who are maybe sick or younger or smaller. They're kind of been a couple of close calls. So we got some big, huge, massive wolves.
Oh shit. Oh my god, you know, I just realized the people that went into the caves, they weren't around when Jeff got crowned. I mean, when Damien got crowned, right?
Yeah.
So maybe they're the contingent.
And not when Jeff got killed either.
Yeah, so maybe they're the contingent and they're the ones that want to like take over and
They came back and they're like, what is this mess?
yeah. I just want to like
Pre-wolves.
That's a weird placement for an ear. I'll give him another ear. Okay. All right. So the wolves are around, and they're huge. Like they're massive. But they're also maybe a potential resource because they have very thick, shaggy fur. Okay. Tick our projects.
Okay.
That's the next thing. So.
All right, I'm taking my fire.
Okay, so I think that I am going to start a project as well. A group of 3 women who have found they've found a cache of glow poppies and have been collecting and drying them for a long time, and they've been watching the situation with the rest of the town very closely, and they have decided that they are going to take the risky journey across the Scorched Lands to go trade with the Ironhides, so that they can have some supply leverage over Damien and his cronies. So the 3 of them are going to take this trek under the guise of going scavenging for iron. And they're going to bring the glow poppies. That's one of the main things that the Ironhides need. Yeah, so they're going to go across here at risk of their own lives and limbs with the landmines there. I'll just put 1 person.
I semi want to take contempt, but I don't. I'm fine. I'm fine with this.
I'm just missing. Oh, I just have to copy one of these, don't I? So I think that would take about 3 weeks. I think also this counts as doing something selfish.
Yeah,
So,
because
yeah.
they're trading medicine. They've been
Yeah,
hoarding a
something that could
cache.
be good for the community.
Yeah. So if you want to spend a contempt to,
I will. Yeah, I think 3 weeks that would take.
I agree.
Yeah, the Damien faction doesn't like this, so we're going to take a contempt. You should have asked permission from the crown.
I feel like this is the reason I want to take contempt, because the revolution might also be really upset about it, because like they're probably going to need these, and they're probably like, but I don't know.
And they're trying to be as secretive as possible for sure.
Yeah, but then when you're missing in the middle of the night,
gone,
it's like,
yeah, they like, yeah.
Yeah, I'll take a contempt for that.
Where have the 3 gone? I mean, yeah, it sounds 60 to 80. Or 59 to 79.
Love it. All right, so Opti.
My go? 8. An old piece of machinery is discovered, broken but perhaps repairable. What is it? What could be used for? Or an old piece of machinery is discovered, cursed and dangerous. How does the community destroy it? I'm going to choose the second because we're just cranking up the drama right now.
Yeah.
So here's what happens. It's a weapon. It's a I'm gonna say it's a cache of biological grenades. Like you throw them and it contaminates the area around. These are the things that helped us win the war against the jackals, but we pledged to never use them again. It destroyed our settlement on the other side of the river. It destroyed, they're bad news, right? But the Jeremy faction has discovered the Damien faction has discovered them, and but here's what's had to happen. They are going to ingratiate themselves, and by the way, Damien's not doing this. Damien is a pawn for people older than him, but they are going to use one of their contempt to make a showing of good faith to the other factions and say, listen, we could use this against you to keep power. We're not going to. We don't want to rule over you. We want to be friends with you. We want to just, accept the will of the gods, which has Damien as king, and we want to all get along. So they bury. Well, I don't bury it. What do they do? They sit. Oh, I know what they're gonna do. They send. So we're gonna start a project. I don't know if I can do this or not, but I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
We're gonna send a project to go place these on a landmine, to find a landmine and to destroy these canisters of landmine. It might end in their death, but they're gonna spend. It shouldn't take very long, right? A week, maybe two.
A week.
Yeah, a week, and they're basically gonna just try to find a landmine, destroy these things.
Okay, got it.
A harrowing thing, to be sure.
Yeah. Well, we are also going to tick all of these projects, which means that the revolution has begun. Okay, so let's see. So how does this turn out? Hold on. Did we advance this one?
I'm sorry, guys. I have to go. I will be back in a moment.
No worries. Okay.
Does this happen before?
It technically
or after?
It technically would happen before.
So these guys. Okay, so that's interesting.
Yeah.
So
right?
the revolution starts, and then they're like, "Hey, listen. What if we just get rid of this stuff that we could use to kill you?"
Exactly. So they've already been talking about this project, and we're gonna go and destroy it. Revolution begins. Shit. All right, how does this end up? I don't think that they're swayed by this anyway, because they need... It's a gesture, it's an empty performative gesture at best, because the biological weapons would just destroy them as well, and it's not gonna do anything for them, and they would just lord over nothing. In the end of the day, they're still holding all of the meat. And the power. So, I think they're going to... they storm the cathedral, and they're going to run off to the caves with all of the meat. They've basically, heisted the aurochs into maybe little wheelbarrows or something. So I'm gonna draw little wheelbarrow thing. I don't know if that's a good wheelbarrow. It's a terrible wheelbarrow.
It's all right.
Yeah.
You get it. I just yawned really big because I thought my mic was muted, and I was like, "Oh, it's not muted." I just yawned really big for an open mic.
Yeah, I know, right? You know what? I don't like this wheelbarrow. I will draw a different one. But yeah, so they have basically heisted all of the meat away, and I think they destroyed the cathedral. They have it basically set so that it can collapse in on itself. and they're gone by the time the thing like collapses.
So it wasn't about overthrowing or deposing. It was just about the meat. So now, do they control the meat, or is it, or does nobody control the meat?
They control the meat. I guess it would be they would want to stop. They also, yes, you're right. So they should also probably kidnap Damien. No, that would make sense. See, now I just want to like stir a bunch of pots. No, let's just. They take the crown. There we go. The crown and the meat. All right, so. Right, and
What's
then,
happened?
okay, so the revolution has both stolen all the meat, as well as Damien's crown,
Oh,
and sabotaged the cathedral to collapse.
wow.
We're not very good at this game.
Yeah, I really
We're
did
losing.
not picture because I thought it was gonna be like, oh no, there's a huge cloud of locusts. They're gonna eat all our food. What do we do together to fix it?
We're like halfway into spring, and like we're like, no, we're
This
done.
is falling
Yeah.
apart.
The revolution has basically ran off to the caves with and took off with all of the meat.
I knew those caves were fucking bad news.
I'm taking a contempt.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I will too. I feel like that's.
What, you're not a fan of this revolution? All right. All right, so then that ends Opti's turn. All right. So I am the 10th card, so I'll be the last one for spring, and then we'll move into summer. Okay.
Cool.
The 9 of Hearts. A charismatic young girl convinces many to help her with an elaborate scheme. What is it? Who joins her endeavor and start a bonus project, basically, to reflect, or tries to tempt many into sinful or dangerous activity. Why does she do this, and how does the community respond? A charismatic young girl convinces many to help her with an elaborate scheme. I think an elaborate scheme. Let's I think it should be a group of the so some of the revolutionaries have basically like stayed infiltrated inside of the original village, and I think the elaborate scheme is going to be to turn everybody against Damien the Wicked and just the rights of rulership and stuff, and try to convince everyone to move into the caves under this new leadership where we can all actually be united. So that's the project is going to be to reunite in the caves. How long do you think it would take to
kind of convince people and infiltrate?
Yeah, and change the moods for this this springtime rain? 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
2 or 3 sounds right to me.
Let's say 3 weeks. All right. So I'm gonna draw like little I don't know what to draw. It's gonna be
Wheelbarrow.
like a wheelbarrow. No, it's like ninja. It's a little ninja mask there. Represents the subterfuge that's happening within the village.
So the project to get rid of the weapons is up now.
Right. Yes. Advance all our projects.
But what happens is that a runner, once the coup happened, or once the revolution happened, a runner ran to tell the people who were going to do that what was happening, and they began to rationalize, well, if Damien doesn't have the crown, then he is no longer the rightful ruler, clearly.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's not the rightful ruler, then we don't have to follow his orders, and we don't maybe have to die on this errand. What if we took these weapons and brought them to the people who have the crown now? And maybe, we can support the gods and the king that way. So they have returned to the mountains with the weapons.
Nice. Go ahead and draw what that looks like in the mountain caves. A little cache of biological grenades. Oh my god, what have we done?
Ooh, jeez, wow. Isn't this supposed to be RPGs to chill to?
Yeah, this is
I
not
feel
very
chill. I don't know, I feel pretty chill.
Yeah, I mean, like, the game itself is pretty low.
The game is very, yeah.
All right. All right, so that's projects advance, and then I get to take an action. I'm going to... I think I'm gonna start a project, maybe. Another project, because whatever. I think it's time someone, like, tried to clean the water, maybe. Especially since they're, like, so close to the cave and the original source. Maybe they're gonna try... I think the project's gonna be to, build a filtration system of some kind, or, like, some kind of... I don't even know. I don't know if this is scientifically, like, possible, Scrim. Like, how would they set something up like that, where they could, like, filtrate the water in the river? I guess they would have to...
You just need the right things. If you knew what was contaminating it, I think that's reasonable. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how they do it specifically. They're in a research phase, right?
Yeah, it might take a while to figure out how to do it right.
Yeah, so this is probably like a 6-week project, maybe. What do you think?
That sounds right to me.
Yeah. So this is going to be to how would I draw a filtration system? I don't even know what those look like. I guess like a...
Draw like a coffee filter, like a... That's an upside down one. How do you make a triangle?
A coffee filter, okay. Yeah. Poison goes in, clean water comes out. All right. So, and this is going to be like the big grandiose project for this, like, revolutionary group. Like, we're actually going to do something that's going to be beneficial. We need water. We're thirsty.
Okay.
All right. So that ends spring. So now it's time to move to summer, which, Scrim, you're going to kick off. So first, let me go ahead and clear this deck. And I'm going to bring out the summer deck.
All right, here we go.
Shuffle. And, yep.
7 of diamonds.
I have a jack of diamonds that showed up. Maybe it's because I shuffled while you drew.
I see Jack.
You see Jack? I see 7. Why don't I redo? I'll shuffle and draw again.
Yeah.
Yep.
4 of diamonds.
Okay.
The eldest among you dies. What caused the death? Or the eldest among you is very sick, caring for them, and searching for a cure requires the help of the entire community. Do not reduce project dice this week. So I am gonna pick that the eldest among us dies. Because I think if this person was very sick, our community is too fractured to care for them.
Yeah.
And I think this becomes a warning call to everybody. The person who dies is an old woman named Matilda, who is very hardy and very strong, somewhat cantankerous, but very intelligent and contributed a lot to the community. Despite being older, and the illness that took her was sudden and dramatic. Her death was quick, and we don't know why or how, or if it's contagious or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think that this becomes something of a wake-up call for the remaining people who are in the main community. What is the status of the Damien situation? Is he still in charge down here?
Doesn't have the crown.
He doesn't have the crown.
And at least some of his supporters have abandoned him, and he doesn't have the food. He has no means of control.
Right.
So it's a symbolic, if anything.
Yeah. So I think that Matilda's daughter speaks up and uses the tragedy as an opportunity to rally people together and to propose a truce and essentially a ceasefire / agreement to be discussed with the mountain people. And I think I'll start that as
How do you want to draw that?
Project. Yeah. I will draw peace sign. And the basic thrust of it is we are in circumstances far beyond our control. Let's control what we can and work together rather than separately. And I think I'll make that my project. But actually, no, wait, that's not. We take our other projects first.
Yes. So this one, the trade, how does that end up? 'Cause that one's done.
So the women who went to the Iron Heights, they successfully make it across the landmine strewn spaces. And they are not heard from. All we know, the people who were here in the landmines spotted them heading towards the Ironhide settlement, and so they come back with news of that. But they don't return, and no news returns of them. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that, but it's a mystery.
Yeah, you could. I mean, yeah, you could totally set up a mystery.
I will put a question mark beside them.
Yes. Where did they go? All right. All right. So you were in the middle of a action. You're going to start a project.
Yeah. Let's start peace talks. And I think this is something that will. I think they'll probably spend a couple of weeks preparing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think part of that will be like collecting some resources as a peace offering.
Yeah. All right. Opti, you're next.
Jack. Predators and bad omens are afoot. you are careless and someone goes missing under ominous circumstances, who? Or predators and bad omens are afoot. What measures do you take to keep everyone safe and under surveillance? Yeah, we're gonna do that one. So, wolves and spots on people's skin, strange reddish spots, blemishes, and things are appearing on people's skin.
Same thing that killed Matilda.
Maybe so. Yeah. Maybe this is spreading. We need to stop it. So everybody has
What are
to
they?
stay.
Reddish splotches, you said?
Yeah, that's an omen. I'm not saying they're diseases necessarily. I'm just saying it's something that they don't know what to do with it. So everybody's required to wear a mask and stay indoors.
That'll go well. That'll go well.
Surely everyone will comply and it will be fine.
Do we have a D100 available that we can put on the
So projects do not reduce this week because everybody has to stay inside.
Okay.
And so yeah, the peace talks are on hold. That's a blow.
Yeah, same thing with the subterfuge and the fish farm.
Yeah, and the fish farm.
How do you want to draw that on the map?
We'll have that, and then we'll. So that's horrible. We'll never be able to understand what that is later when we look at this map.
So just that I make sure I understood, because I might have missed the first part when I was switching music. The splotches are coming from the wolves?
No,
it
just paired two things together. So my thought is that the same week Matilda died, people just happened to get a couple of splotches on them, and wolves happen to attack, and they're like, "Oh, these are all connected. Let's put a stop to this." Right? They're
got it.
Superstitious and cowardly lot. So
got it.
Right. So yeah. So
what's your action?
Let's see. What shall we do? We're gonna hold a discussion. No, I can't hold a discussion. We just talked about how that. Well, right. We write notes to each other and throw them via paper airplane.
Well, I mean, there have to be some essential workers to do all of that.
Sure. I guess we'll just say that this is the banter, right? Mm-hmm. This is, it doesn't have to be a formal talk, right? It could be the banter.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, while people are in lockdown, I'm sure there's like little sections of people that are talking, right?
Yeah. The faction that supported Damien is getting hit particularly hard, right? They've had a lot of blows in the last few weeks, so the talk among them is maybe that was a mistake, and they are repentant of that. Maybe they were selfish and they've reflected, and Matilda meant a lot to them, and they are giving up one of their contempt to mend fences and to not be so power hungry.
So what's the declaration or question?
The declaration is, maybe we were hasty. I'd like us all to get along and to be a community like we used to be.
Mm-hmm. As long as everyone can prove that they're not just going to turn on us in some, or that's not the word I would say. As long as they can prove that they're going to be actually bigger people, then absolutely.
I think there's...
But I don't trust them.
There's a small contingent that holds tightly to their rage and hatred. And they say never. They stole our meat. We fought for that meat. George broke his leg for that meat. We will never forgive them. It's like 2 or 3 people, I think, a small group.
Mm-hmm. Poor Jeff. No one remembers his name's Jeff.
Who broke his leg? I can't remember who broke their leg.
Jeff was the guy who got killed by Davey and the Wicked the first week.
That's right.
Hold on. Since he's gonna keep being a joke, I'm gonna put put him in
sorry,
names.
Jeff.
He's every bad thing happens to Jeff.
Yeah.
He killed Jeff.
Okay. All right. So that was a discussion. So now it's
Nothing
me.
advances. Don't forget. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. I got a 6. A 6 is outsiders arrive in the area. Why are they a threat? How are they vulnerable? Or outsiders arrive in the area. How many and how are they greeted?
Oh, cool.
I'm not going to go with the threat because I think we have enough issues right now. So many of which I caused. I'm going to go with how are they greeted? How many? I think the band of women that left with the glow poppies have returned with the outsiders, like this the Ironhides,
The Scavengers.
the Scavengers, right? Like, so they've they have definitely, now mind you, when they left, at the time they left, right, this whole thing was just a giant shit show. So they were perfectly fine with just joining the Ironhides, which seemed like a much more reasonable group of people, with better access to potential resources and gathering them, as scavengers. So, and since they provided glow poppies and all that, like they were welcomed into that community. But now they have, I guess, upon telling them, the Ironhides, all of the stories and the issues that are happening in the community, and the fact that those glow poppies are really, really nice for these scavengers, like they would love to be able to keep getting more of them, which we have in abundance. Mm-hmm. That's why they've like sent a bunch of them in, because they want to try to finagle their way into the community, into the good graces of the community, to get better access trade route for these glow poppies. So I'm just gonna copy paste this motorcycle, and their
Scribble cycle.
The scribble cycle, right? So they're here, and I guess this question mark has been answered, so I can remove it.
That all tied together nicely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So there's interest in our glow poppies, and they're, yeah. All right. Let's advance projects. Opti, your fish farm has finished. So
yeah.
What does that look like? What happens?
So it turns out, the fish like this little eddy, and it was not wildly successful, but for 60 to 80 people, we've got ourselves at least another meal a week that we could have fish, which is not nothing, right? So there's our knowledge of fishcraft has increased, and we have not an abundance of fish, but neither is it scarce any longer.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, we could take it out of scarcities for sure. Yeah. We can put it somewhere. We can put it like here in the middle if we want. But
does it have to be one or the other?
It should be. I think we could call it an abundance. I mean, it's a
As time goes on, right, our knowledge of fishcraft, fishmongering will increase, and it can become an abundance. Sure.
Yeah. And I can only imagine, like, when the Ironhides show up and they see, like, the effect that these glow poppies have had on the fish, right? They're just like, oh man, this is even more miraculous than we originally thought. Neat. Okay, so then I get to do an action. I think I'm gonna just discover something new. I think the Ironhides have to be able to provide something for these glow poppies. So I think they're gonna provide an opportunity. And they're gonna say that there is, let's see. There is a I think they're gonna say that there is a actually, you know what, now that I'm looking at the scarcities list, I think shelter, we might be able to move that into abundances because we have caves now. So I think maybe they would say, like, there's a very small section of forest that still exists, that has some, just basically an opportunity to get timber. So it's like,
And they have means to it.
yeah, they have means. The only thing, I think the reason that I feel like maybe I should find a way to, like, why is it so difficult? Why is this forest so difficult? Is the forest, yeah, the challenge with the forest is that there are a lot of dangerous predators. Inside of that forest, so it's hard to get access to the wood. But if we're able to hunt and stuff, like, we would be able to, like, if we had some good warriors and stuff in our community, we'd be able to get in there. All right, that is my turn.
All right. Next, Ace of Diamonds. A contingent within the community demand to be heard. Who are they? What are they asking for? Or a contingent have acted on their frustrations. What have they damaged, and why did they damage it? Is it permanent? Okay. I think that small group of angry people see this move towards peace talks begin to play out, and this discussion of repentance from Damien as weakness, and they are angry and frustrated. And one night after people have gone to bed, they head to the river and they find, like, chunks of red mud, and they proceed to deface the town. And once they're done, like, writing their slogans all over the place, they take this, like, chunk of mud and they pour it in the fish nursery.
Oh, the
And
monsters.
start cause a huge blow to the fish production cycle. The damage isn't permanent, but it'll take a little while for it to fully recover.
I'm moving fish
and-
back to scarcities.
Yeah,
Man.
so it'll go back to scarcity.
Oh man.
And they rip out from the collapsed cathedral. They rip out like a couple of key pieces of iron that were like represented what they thought was the good that Damien brought them, and they rip them out, steal some food, and they leave.
Man, contempt goes back up.
Yeah, I'm definitely taking contempt for that.
Mm-hmm.
How do you want to represent that on the map?
Well, let's develop what their symbol is. I think it's
The red pieces of shit.
the red assholes. It's it's like a. It sort of looks like a bird, but with a spike down the middle. So sort of like sorry, that looks too much like a cross. I'm gonna undo that because this is not meant to be like a
Mm-hmm.
anything analogous to anything in our world. Maybe we'll do like something like this. So their symbol is this kind of like four-winged bird that in real life looks way cooler than what I just drew. Which looks like a weird spider. Yeah, so that they leave. And because of the new relationship with Ironhides, the community sees them going north, but they're not sure where.
Okay.
I'll put a question mark beside them too, because there's another thing that we don't know. We don't know where they went and what they're doing. Okay, so I guess we'll take our projects. Why don't we start with yours?
Sure.
I just talked for a while.
All right. So the subterfuge contingent has been very, very successful in swaying people who were hard against moving to the caves, hard against giving up their. It's not that giving up control, I guess, because these would be the people who were kind of in the middle, the folk that didn't have the same level of control that Damien would have given, right? So it wasn't like the top tier, but like the people below that were able to access stuff, but now can no longer, and they see that Damien isn't able to, that these people aren't able to provide him. It was easier for sure to sway them to move to the caves.
So a few people do go to the caves from this campaign.
Yeah, I think yeah, this is definitely like the cut and run people, not the peace talk people, right? Like they go to the winning side. So how do I want to represent that on the map is going to be with you know, just they just more bonfires, I guess, around the caves. Or tents. Oh, I could do a tent. I don't know what they... No, wait, they can't, because we... Oh, no, we have... That's right. We have auroch skins, so we can make tents. Okay. So, little tents. So like they leave the community and they're welcomed at arm's length, sort of, right? Like, you know, that's fine. We're able to like set you up a place by the river until we can, you know, really truly come together.
All right, so preparation for the peace talks is completed. Everyone's still sort of reeling from the loss of these 3 people and the extreme, and I think a lot of people too are kind of thinking, well, now a bunch of people have left, our numbers are dwindling, this isn't gonna work, maybe we should have joined the others. So Matilda's daughter Tanya leads, she brings 2 people with her, unarmed, and they walk to the mountains and request an audience with the leader from the mountain.
We gotta name that leader too, no?
We don't have one, yeah.
We don't have it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the leader's name, I don't have a good name.
Wolfgang.
Wolfgang. Okay, so yeah, so she seeks out Wolfgang, and maybe Oz, maybe you can tell me how that plays out since you introduced that faction.
Well, I think it plays very well. I mean, it just ended up being this concerted effort, right, from 2 totally different factions, both of which wanted the same thing. And then finally, the ones that didn't want anything, they left and destroyed the fish farm. I mean, that entire community is garbage now. So it's like, all right, great. We've basically cast out everybody that we don't want. And, and we can actually start like for realsies now.
Yeah, and
So
I think
it
it's
goes well.
yeah, I think too, like they have access to different things, right? Like the fish farm can be repaired, but it's down away from the mountains. The aurochs are away, the poppies are away, so they can. Yeah, I think they establish 2 separate communities with a trade agreement, partly because they just don't have enough places to live in either spot.
Yeah.
But they end up creating an aura of peace, and so I think I'll set up some fences to be mended for that.
Aw.
I will lose a contempt.
I agree. I'm also going to lose a contempt. This was nice.
Okay. And then I'll tick this project. I think this goes down to 3. Is that correct?
Yes. Unless, I don't know if
Water
I ticked it
filtration?
already. I don't think I did.
I don't think you did. Okay, and then so the 3 women who joined the Ironhides, essentially, they were there for a few weeks, and have gotten a little some new perspective and some scope of what the land has to offer. And so when they see what happened with the fish farm, and they've kind of scouted and seen maps of the rest of the area, they want to go north and they want to set up an irrigation project using the glow poppies and the water to help these trees that should be bearing, instead of sour, bitter fruit, hopefully could bear good fruit for them, for us for the fall. So they are going to start a project, and I think 6 weeks is probably right. Sounds like quite an involved project. They're going to irrigate the wild berry bushes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And especially like once the filtration project is done, that's going to have its own kind of effect on the downstream process. So I could see that. I could see 6 weeks. How do you feel, Opti?
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
Okay.
It's a long turn. That's it for me.
Cool.
All
Opti.
right. That's interesting. It is not drawing a card anymore.
I
we
keep
go.
seeing you draw like 3 different cards.
It was just not. It was cycling through them, but it wasn't flipping them. Should we reshuffle them, or
Yeah, shuffle.
I don't know what to do.
I'll just shuffle. Go ahead.
Is that gonna like?
I think we still have a discard.
Okay.
Oh no, it shuffled them back in. Whatever. If we draw them again, just discard them.
Okay. I see. There's just a delay. I see. Okay. Outsiders arrive in the area.
We did
Why
that
are they
one
a
already.
threat? Oh, we did that one already. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well then, let me draw again. 5. A project finishes early. What led to its completion? Or the weather is nice and people feel the potential all around them. Start a new project. What do we got? 2. Oh man, we can finish that 6-week project. That doesn't feel right to me. Let's start a new project. The weather is nice. People are feeling potential all around them. They are going to they're going to build a crude boat, a dock and boat system, so that they can get materials to and from both communities a little quicker. Yeah, so let's put a little dock right here. Yeah. And then I guess we're going to advance all the stuff.
Yeah, let's give you a... How long do you think that project's going to take?
Oh yeah, it just doesn't happen, right? That's I think it's a big project, right?
Well, especially since we don't have timber in abundance.
Yeah, so it's a cooperative project with the
Unless we make a pier out of like iron and boats out of like the sheet metal that's
maybe
left over
it's a project that will allow us to increase our trade with the iron hides as well. So maybe it's a very long-term project, but it's going to yield dividends across the board. So they're willing to help us with it.
Okay. How long do you think it will take?
I think 6 weeks is
6 weeks.
a good target.
All right. All right, cool. Yep, we advance our projects. And what's your action?
We're going to discover something new. And as people were looking around and walking around and doing their mild exploration thing, right here, just, I don't know if it's south or north, I don't know which way the map is oriented, but downriver from the fish, there is found good soil, right? Just really good land for planting, and the landscape makes it really easy to irrigate from the river, etc., etc. So we just found something that's going to make life a little bit easier moving ahead if they decide to use it.
Very nice. All right, while you're drawing that, I will go ahead and draw my card. Let's see. Did we do 3 already? No, we did not. Okay, so summer is a time for production and tending to the earth. I can start a project related to food production. Or summer's a time for conquest and the gathering of might. Start a project related to military readiness and conquest. Yeah, we don't really have anyone to fight anymore.
Those a-hole people are at large still, right?
The a-hole
Yeah.
people are at large, but they're a small group, right? So I don't, and we already have so many food production things going unless we you know what? No, I'll do this. I'm gonna move this over down here because I think we're gonna try to rebuild the fish farm.
Hmm.
Or yeah, we want these fish again for sure. It was really nice, and I mean, it would just be a symbolic gesture for us to, you know, be able to get back on track, especially now that we've like lost all the toxic elements of our community. So I think we're actually going to place it over here. Maybe it's somewhere near inside the mountains. And we're just gonna. I was gonna move it down because I was like, oh, we'll rebuild it, but I was like, no, let's just build a new one. I think we already know what we need to do.
You have the technology.
Exactly. So I think to just build it might be half the time. I'd say 3 weeks.
Sure. There's no R&D involved.
Exactly.
Just throw enough glow poppies at it until it works.
Yep. Yep. And I think the people that are forming that tent village outside, they've basically like really taken charge and said like, we'll be the ones to do this. We're really familiar with it. And we can rebuild, and we can basically be in charge of the fish production for the community. So it's a way for them to really work together even more than just being in a peaceful talk and agreeing to cooperate. All right, let's advance our projects. Irrigation's almost done. Okay. And my action is going to be to... I think we're good on projects. Like, we're very productive. We're in this really nice time of peace. Let's have a discussion. Where do I think the discussion that I want to hold is something along the lines of like, where do we want... You know what? No, let's do this. What do we envision our new community to be at its best? Scrim?
We are a group. We are self-sustaining, and we maintain peace through reasoned discussion, and we work together for the goal of storing enough to survive the winter.
Opti?
I think these people might remember there was a faction that was upset about moving to the mountains. I think their voices were less about trying to be divisive and more about just they don't see that that's where they want to be long term. We don't want to live in caves. We want to have a thriving village again someday. So that's where they see themselves. Just having a place that reminds them of a town and reminds them of a home and reminds them of a community. Community itself is more important, so that's why we came to the peace talks. But this can't be the end, right? This can't be where we see ourselves long term?
Long term, we've already seen how the glow poppies have brought the iron hides over. Just imagine how many other people, other communities like us, we might also be able to help and salvage and rebuild after this war. So they want to reach out even beyond the expanses we currently know and find other people that might need help. All right, that is my turn.
All right. 2 of diamonds. Someone new arrives. Who? Why are they in distress? Or someone leaves. Who? And what are they looking for? Well, I think someone new arrives. This person limps into town barely alive. Their lips are cracked. Their arm is broken and they're barely dragging themselves through. They collapse in the gopher fields and are found by our Auroch, our pre-cow hunters. And
those gopher holes, man.
When they're in respect to health, they tell of a war to the north and groups of people who are fighting each other ferociously, and that it's been recently aggravated by new blood. New people have arrived and started spreading evil and sort of warmongering. And their goal is to take over the entire region. And they barely escaped a battle by managing to hide like in a sort of a hollow, and were able to get away, but they've been running for a full day on like not enough blood, not enough water. So things are not well in other places.
Well, shit.
And then he sees like there's like that symbol. He sees that like the four-pronged symbol, and I didn't mean to make Nazis. I'm sorry. Now that like I keep trying to think of a symbol, but at first it was a cross, and then I did not mean to do that.
It's not really that similar.
It doesn't look like a swastika. It looks like, anyway, whatever. He sees that symbol and he recognizes it. He says that's what they're.
Oh, those guys.
Oh.
So let's get a good color for this guy. He's gonna be here. This is our outsider in need of help. And these people, I think one of the things that the community recognizes is that these people know what glow poppies have turned out to be able to do, and that we have a lot of them. Let's take our projects.
All right, well, water filtration's done, so so that's something else for all of these people to covet. Did these two tick? The pier
I did
and
my
the
irrigation one.
I did, yeah.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I think basically the filtration project has led. The river isn't clean, right? But it's made it so that we have drinking water, and I think maybe some of this starts to clear, right? So it's a little less dank. And yeah, I think drinking water moves to abundance as a result.
Awesome.
Yeah. So we can drink water. We're sheltered. We have fire. We have game. We have medicine. I mean, soon we're gonna have fish. Like, not bad.
Not too shabby.
All right, and then you get to take an action.
Okay. So I will take discover something new. Late one night, the community hears a distant rumble, and it's like this really loud, but sounds very far away. And in the morning, when we wake up, we see that this structure here has been dismantled and is reduced to nothing. There's like a couple pieces still standing, but something had the ability to go and scavenge it completely overnight. Our Ironhide contacts don't indicate that they had anything to do with it. They would definitely go there and scavenge sometimes, but they are unaware of any plans to do so within their group. So someone came in the middle of the night and took every last scrap of resource and had the resources to be able to do it.
All right. Opti.
10. Discover a cache of supplies or resources, add a new abundance, or a scarcity has gone unaddressed for far too long, start a project that will alleviate the scarcity. So this talk of violence and the general uncertainty around things happening that we can't explain, and people wandering in, and a loose cannon group of a-holes is out there, right? And the fact that we have such resources that we've been working on, and we've been able to achieve emotional stability, and our abundances are growing, reveals that it's we're not going to be able to keep this stuff if someone attacks us. So it is time to address our lack of iron. We need weapons. We need to start, doing that. So we are making an earnest expedition to the wall, or to the structure, to find out what the heck, where all this stuff went, to scavenge anything along the way, and basically look for iron from here to the wall. And they're gonna take 6 weeks. They have the abundant resources this time to make a 6-week excursion, and I think they're gonna take a number of people with them. So they're gonna be out there looking for what's iron. We'll just make a sword. How about that? Look at that! Look at that artistry.
It's a thing of beauty.
Flourish.
Oh, the little thing. Because of course.
Ding. What? That's awful. That is just gross. All right.
Community roleplay. Living in caves isn't as bad as I thought it would be, honestly, and I feel almost hopeful now that I'm not sleeping in the mud. Thank you, Palmer. Yeah, anybody who's watching, feel free to roleplay the community members, and we'll read it out. That helps inform us.
I can do better art when I'm not doing it with a mouse, but
it's very hard to draw with a mouse.
All right, so we ticking projects.
I had advanced the dock. Yeah.
I'm gonna advance the fish. Is irrigation advanced?
Irrigation.
Okay.
Go.
Sweet.
And then we're going to have a discussion
Okay.
because there's a group among us that wants no part in creating a warrior caste or implementing, preemptive war maneuvers. So they are just voicing their discontent with the idea that we are going to assume that somebody's going to come and attack us before that's actually happened. So they are just voicing their discontent with the violent talk.
All right, so me. We have okay. We have a lot of resources, especially after all of these projects are finished. We're going to have even more resources, things that people really want, and they will kill us for it. We need to be able to maintain control and power in order to do the good that we want, in order to keep our community flourishing. It's a necessary evil.
We may need some basic protections, yes, but a full war effort is a waste of our potential. We were able to maintain peace through discussion and sharing of resources. What's saying that we can't do that with these people beyond our borders?
I'm taking contempt for this.
I say that we continue this at a moderate level of effort, and also send an envoy to propose peace.
Okay.
To the red holes.
Yes, and it sounds like they joined some kind of affiliate, right? So yeah,
Like a larger war band.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So, man, I have so much more to say after the discussion, but I can't. Next.
Right.
Whose turn is it now? Is it
Yours.
You.
Me? All right. And then I believe after this, Scrim this is 10 cards already that we've gone through. I've done 3 rounds, I think, of summer.
That sounds right, but I honestly can't remember.
Okay. Let's see. Queen. Did we do Queen?
No.
Yeah, no, we did not. Okay, so I can do a project finishes early, which one and why. Or if there are no projects underway, boredom leads to a quarrel. A fight breaks out between 2 people. What's it about? Okay, but we do have projects underway, so a project finishes early. A project finishes early. I think let's finish the I think of all of these, the pier will finish early. And the reason I think that it does is because with all of the talk of war, potential like invaders, the need to trade between the Ironhides, who are just as equally at risk of being savaged basically by this warband. It's like we need to be working together and building our production as fast as possible, and that means of faster trade routes. So like the community just goes full on getting this trade route up and running. So so I think to represent that, we also get another pier over here on this side of the hills.
Nice.
Right, it's a very small one. Just let's get this going and ready to go, and then like a little trail, basically, just kind of walks. So there's like they've already been like carving out this little foot trail basically around the hills and towards the general encampment of the Ironhides.
Nice. Now we're connected.
Yeah, and this is like a big communal effort by everyone, because end of the day, I think even the people who aren't interested in warmongering are at the very least interested in having faster trade, right? So everybody's just really motivating each other to get it going.
Love it.
All right, so next we tick our clocks. The fish, that fish farm is ready, so I'm gonna just take these little fishies, put them back in. They're like showing up on top of the. There we go. They're not showing up where I want them to show up, but just like hanging out around outside because there's also like little crabs now apparently. I gotta zoom in. Why did you make these fish so damn small?
It's a tea.
There's some larger fish upstream, downstream.
All right, there. And yeah, so, and especially now with the water filtration and the glow poppies and all that, I mean, like, this is definitely now in abundance and we can all eat. So now we have a little more, what's the term I'm thinking? A little more variety in our diet.
Feeling healthy. We're feeling strong.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit afraid.
All right, everything else is ticked. All right, so then the action I'm gonna take. We don't really have iron yet. I think I think the people who are interested in defending our resources more are gonna create a little like those sticks in the ground that like the little fake people that you can like hit at. And they're gonna do like just basically training with sticks at least in the meantime, and just kind of getting they're like
Training?
basically, yeah, training grounds. So feel free to take Contempt because I know it's gonna be if you want. But yeah, training grounds.
At least one
like,
group will, yeah.
Yeah. How long do you think a training grounds would take?
That's not a hard task.
Well, what about actually making an effective group of fighters then, within a training grounds?
I'd say at least 4 or 5.
Yeah.
I'd say 5 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're basically timing with hopefully the return of a lot of iron from this expedition, so that once they're ready, they can graduate to swords.
When they come back, we want to be able to use it.
Stuff. Yep. All right, that is my turn. So Scrim, I believe this will be the last round of summer, and then we'll go into autumn.
All right, let's go. 4 of diamonds. We already got that one. 9 of diamonds. A project fails. Is that?
We already had that one too.
We had that one too.
Mm-hmm.
Okie doke.
Oh wait, maybe. Yeah, I think we did, right?
You see? 9.
Project fails. Which one and why? Or something goes afoul and supplies are ruined. Add a new scarcity.
No, maybe
Yeah,
not.
we didn't
Maybe
have
we
a
didn't
yeah,
have
we
that
didn't
one.
have a failed
we didn't do
project.
that. Okay. All right. Project fails or add a new scarcity. I only see the 2 projects. But you know what I think would work actually? I think that I think that the Aurochs move on. They've had their babies. They've finished their time here in the spring and summer, and they leave along with the threat of the wolves. So that is the new scarcity. But the irrigation project completes, and we end up with some new fruit on these bushes, and this fruit is a bit of a surprise because what we expected was like raspberries, blueberries, that kind of thing. But because of the treatment with the glow poppies, they have a faint bioluminescent hue, and they share some properties with the glow poppies. So they're pretty good, but they provide a lot of stuff, but they require a little more preparation. Like it's like the kind of thing where you have to cook it, or it is kind of doesn't sit well with your stomach, or might be toxic to children. So, it's sort of a mixed success, and I guess we can move fruits to abundance.
Nice. Community. Should we assume everyone will act in good faith? I don't want to assume people are going to be bad. Can't we build walls instead of weapons? Why don't we get them to just join up with us?
And I think on that note, I'm going to start a project of a peace envoy. An emissary leaves our settlement and goes to talk to these others. So I was thinking 3 or 4 weeks. What do you think?
Sounds right.
Yeah, sounds right.
Okay, let's do 3. I just want to see how this plays out. I'll put it right next to the peace sign. So Tanya heads out with a couple of people, some berries, some glow poppies, and some meat.
Oh.
And off they go.
I'm going to take contempt for this. All right, so that ends summer. Right? Does it feel like we did 9 things? Like, let me look at this list.
Feels about right.
Yeah, because I remember doing 3 summary things. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's do it. All right, so I'm going to hide this deck. And do you guys want to take a 10-minute break before moving into autumn, or?
Yes, I do.
Yes? All right, so let's do that. So we will be back in 10 minutes to start autumn in the quiet year.
This dramatic music.
Yes. Yeah, no, things are going to get more dramatic. Autumn starts tearing a lot of stuff down and apart,
No.
and especially now that we have some warmongering happening. It's going to be great. So, all right. Stay tuned, everybody. All right, hello and welcome back to the Quiet Year here on the Shadowcasters Network. We're about to start autumn, and yeah, things are great. We had a time of relative peace until we realized that we are just sitting ducks for an outside warband who wants all of our awesome stuff. So, Opti, you are the first to draw from the autumn deck.
All right.
Let's see what happens.
Let's see what we got. 10. Harvest is here and plentiful, add in abundance, or cold autumn winds drive out your enemies. Remove a threatening force from the map and the area. Wow. That is just too good to pass up. We have a pretty good amount of abundances, so I don't think adding another is going to be quite so dramatic. So I'm going to remove the warband. It is just too damn cold for them to be threatening us, so they retreat back to wherever they call home, or wherever they huddle down for the winter, and that takes the spiders with them, the red spiders. So we'll just take and we'll draw this across the spiders.
That just reminds me, we should probably also cross out the wolves and the aurochs, right? So we lost them.
I don't know how. Oh, right, because of.
They're gone. Oh no! I deleted a part of the river.
Oh, just Control Z. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Okay, I'll take care of these this game here.
I feel like at best we've bought ourselves some time.
Yeah.
For sure.
There's plenty of other stuff that's coming.
Oh, yeah.
Don't worry.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's tick our projects.
I don't think you ticked the training ground last time.
Because I had just started it. Oh no, you're right. I didn't, because then that would have been scrim.
You were supposed to be equal with the.
Correct.
Iron, yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Nobody finished up anything?
Nope.
Let's see. So, I think. Let's see. I think we are going to start a project. What should it be? We're going to start a project to see if we can't what is it called? When you take something wild, you domesticate. If we can't domesticate the glowing poppies and maybe experiment with growing new strains of them, and maybe teasing out like how far we can push their genetics in different ways.
Is this like in a greenhouse kind of situation?
I think we're going to use our really cool field here that we never actually did anything with. And I can't move that now for some reason. No, stop! Anyway, I wanted those to be somewhere else, but it won't let me.
What do you want? You want the poppies where?
Just
on
trying
the
to
field?
move the poppies to the field. Yeah, but it's.
Oh yeah, because they're like piece by
It's
piece.
thwarting me, and I can't
yeah.
select them because it selects the river instead. Let's see if I can. No, stop.
Okay, I think I got it. Wait, hold on. I gotta bring it forward to front, and then.
Anyway, so while that happens, I think that's a 6-week project. I think we won't feel the dividends.
Yeah.
Of that for a while, but we do have the poppy's natural hardiness and odd properties to help along, right? So 6 weeks is It's not an unrealistic timeline to discover the secrets of the poppy. 6 weeks will be scientific geniuses.
That's right.
That's cute. I'm gonna take contempt.
Why?
Ooh, interesting.
I just
Some sort of moral faction who's like,
no,
listen,
no, that's not what I'm thinking at all. I don't have a problem with that. I think it's maybe a question of, even though the enemies have been driven back for now, there's still this feeling of like, so you're gonna waste time putting in work to do all of the, basically we're gonna do all of the work for them when they come in and sweep our community and take all of our stuff. Like, why are we doing this if we're not
why are we
ourselves?
making the bed for the robbers?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, fair enough. That's my turn.
All right, me. All right, so this is round 2. All right, number 2. Someone returns to the community. Who, where were they? Or you find a body. Do people recognize who it is? What happened? Oh, this is like a fork in the road. Like, this could lead to some interesting, awful developments.
Oliver says, anyone remember that Damien kid?
That's who I am thinking, yeah. If Damien was to return, because the finding a body thing, I don't think is gonna.
Could be Damien's body.
Could be Damien's body. Or, actually, you know what? All right, no, let's do this. The body that's found, has a gilded diamond crown on it. That is the only thing that's left of Wolfgang after he was burned alive and left in a pit.
What?
We don't know who burned him?
No,
Oh my.
but it was somebody in the community, clearly. And Wolfgang was, I think, see, I know that Tanya was the leader of like the more of like the peace and bringing all of that together. So I think Wolfgang was more on the side of the war, at least like building our defenses and stuff. But maybe there were rumors that maybe he was also going soft and he was siding again, like, because he was probably like an all-sider kind of person, like, you know, yes, like, we have to do both. We don't need, he was probably more on the moderate side of things, right? And there's probably a contingent that wants to like really make sure that we really truly understand the threat, maybe. But I don't know if that would work from, I don't know. There's something going on inside of the community. We don't know what it is, but yeah,
and
Wolfgang's dead.
Yeah, it's bringing back memories of that contentious spring.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so paranoia is running high, basically. There's the motivations behind it are just currently undiscernible. Let's take our projects. Oh wait, I have to draw a dead Wolfgang. We'll place him here by the new fish farm. Little tombstone. Little memorial site. R.I.P. And then there's his little tombstone. His grave. I think there might also be, as a result, worries that maybe there's infiltration as well happening in the camp. And I think maybe like eyes. Oh, you know who's probably suspected? That envoy that showed up, the one that was like all messed up from the gopher holes.
Yeah, that's
Probably
true.
suspected. So, all right, so that's neat. And then, well, that's the first part, so I get to take an action. All right, yeah, no, let's have a discussion. Who killed Wolfgang?
I would say a good portion of the community suspects Devon, the envoy. He came to us with this story that almost felt too convenient now that I think about it. He is, and he has recently recovered from his injuries.
Opti?
There is a group that is extremely community-minded. They're not divisive. They want peace, but they resent the crown itself and have always seen it as a symbol of what is wrong with the community and what could potentially be wrong with the community, rather than some sort of divine appointment. So I think the fact that they didn't take the crown or have a succession in place, but just simply left the crown where it was, I think maybe suggests that there is somebody who just wants the monarchy to die.
Mm-hmm.
So a community, a group within the community.
Okay. We are training killers, cold hard killers that are supposed to defend us, but Wolfgang wasn't a ward leader. He was a peacekeeper. This feels like a power play. All right, that's my turn.
I'm gonna go ahead and take a contempt for the murder of Wolfgang.
I love that we just made a murder mystery.
All right. 4 clubs. Oh, dang. Tragedy upon tragedy. The strongest among you dies. Or what caused the death? The weakest among you dies. Who's to blame for their death?
Wow, now we're in Clue.
Yeah.
People are dropping all over the place.
We're eating ourselves from the inside. This is great.
And I feel like that's kind of what just happened with Wolfgang. He's like one of the strongest. Okay. I think that the next morning after that week is complete, we find the community finds another body in the place where he was recovering. They find Devon dead, and he had recovered from his injuries, but not fully, and was just starting to be able to contribute a little bit to the community, but still sometimes fought fevers, and he was being taken care of by a couple of community members that maybe felt maybe they were neglectful because they felt he was to blame, or maybe they were resentful of using these resources on him. It seems like the common tide turned against him, and not necessarily that he was killed, but perhaps there's a chance that neglect had something to do with his death. Got a rough one.
What was the deal with the red splotches again? That was part of that was a disease that the wolves had brought, right? But did we ever figure out what was the?
Yeah, no,
the wolves didn't bring it necessarily. They just happened to happen at the same time after Matilda died, but we self-quarantined and it went away.
Okay. Got it.
All right.
In my fantasy world, that can happen.
Did you forget the iron and the fighting pits are at different numbers again?
Oh,
because I haven't ticked.
No.
Whoa.
Okay.
Oh, my map.
So then
my
you
map
guys
just went
can
everywhere.
tick those too. Are ready to go.
So the envoy is finished though. That was at 1.
Yeah, the envoys are finishing
maybe
this
if you want to go first. 'Cause I've just
No, we were at 2. So
You were at 2.
yeah,
Oh,
now
okay.
we're at 1. So the peace
Never
envoy is
mind then.
the only one.
Okay, so then, yeah, the envoy makes it to, well, I guess actually they'd be making it back, and they tell the tale of their time, and they are very worried because they went to Parlay, and they kind of scouted out the camp first. And they are far, far more prepared than our settlement was. And when the envoy came through the autumn winds, they saw that kind of slow them down, but they still have a giant army building up. So they actually failed. They were uncertain of their own safety. They didn't know if they would be killed or allowed to, just kind of based on their scouting. And Tanya made the call to come back home. And she doesn't think that her original plan is as foolproof as she once did. So she still recommends a defensive position. And doesn't really want to go on the offensive, but agrees that this threat, although slowed, is still there.
All right. But
I think I'll drop Contempt for that.
drawing contempt on yourself.
Can I do that?
I don't think so. I think it's supposed to be like, oh, you'll drop a
In reaction
contempt
to
for.
someone else?
Yeah, no, it has to be in reaction to someone else's choice.
Dropping it. Yeah, I'm dropping it.
How do you want to draw the warband? I think like the looming threat.
Okay, let's get a.
And while you're drawing that, something I wanted to note is even though the peacekeeping mission actually failed, we got a lot of information. So we did get something out of it. So it's what is most important, right? Whenever a project dwindles, is that we do get something out of it. And that wasn't just all for naught. So I think that was a really cool subversion of the of failure, but
It drives the story forward for sure.
Okay. So I think that I'm going to start a project of investigating Devon's death. Devon and Wolfgang's death.
I would never have thought about that. That's cool. Good for you.
yeah.
I think Tanya hears of this and is absolutely enraged that this happened. I'll put it next to Devin here. This guy. She's absolutely enraged that this has happened, and so she sets a couple of the more cool-headed community members to work.
Private eye service, detective force.
All right, ready?
Yep. The community says, "What if Wolfgang self-immolated?"
Well, we'll know in 2 weeks. The community works constantly, and as a result, a project finishes early. Or a group goes out to explore the map more thoroughly and finds something that had previously been overlooked. I'm gonna... I'm gonna choose that second one. And what they discover, I think this is gonna be cool. Maybe it won't. But what they discover is that one of the caves actually goes deep underground. And since the river is flowing downwards, it goes underneath the river because it's kind of like high up on the mountain. And it ends up on the other side of the river, giving an easier, quicker access to the scavengers, to the Ironhides. So like now we have a secret and faster way of communicating with the Ironhides, information and trade.
Nice. And a potential hideout or like escape route. So how do you want to draw that on the map?
We're gonna what can be easy here? We've landlocked ourselves way up here on the mountain. Nope, that's not it. Nope, not green. Come on. All right, this is terribly anticlimactic, folks. Which color should I choose? I don't know.
Tunnel colored.
All right, so we'll have a tunnel right here, and then another tunnel that comes up right over here, and then we'll have a dot, dot, dot all the way over there.
Nice.
There we go. There we go.
All right.
And we've got a number of things happening now.
Yep. Take every project.
Hey, thanks, Palmer. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Palmer,
so
for the super chat.
The group that went out looking for iron and to investigate the collapse of the giant structure comes back with mixed results. They were indeed able to find out who took down the structure, and it was the Red Spider group. But also, they were really ham-fisted about it and only scratched the surface. The group, upon looking further, was able to discover that the structure actually went deeper underground, and they were able to find an actual armory of made weapons, not just iron, but actual weapons that they brought home. So the Red Spiders have weapons, right, or have iron, have raw materials, but they have at least a dozen or so actual weapons that they didn't have before.
Nice. Do you want me to? Should I put weapons in abundancy?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. 12 or more is not an abundance, so we'll crank that number up to whatever seems abundant.
Everybody has something.
Yeah.
And if anything, like any additional iron would probably be able to be sent up the river through this new trade route. So
they didn't find an abundance of iron, but they did find actual weapons.
All right. Nice. All right. And then meanwhile, over here, we actually have a pretty good fighting force now. And now that they are getting their hands on weapons, They are really enjoying their they're really enjoying kind of like their graduation, so to speak, right? So now they're like in fighting 201 class instead of 101. And
Elites.
yeah, exactly. So we got a little fighting force. Just keep drawing and doodling. Yeah. Swords and maybe little caps. Actually, no, they wouldn't be iron caps. Right now, they would be. I don't think they would have caps at all.
Leather, maybe.
Maybe like from whatever game was left after. I mean, we're low on game, but
We found weapons, right? And this is like post grenade canister type war. So these weapons might actually be like weapons, right? Like guns and
The guns.
and riot shields. I don't know. whatever weapons look like in the post-apocalyptic landscape.
yeah, I mean, I think if we say guns, which makes sense, that definitely says a lot about like what that war was like. I mean, we know that there were biological weapons, right? But now, we're talking. Yeah, this is. I think guns is appropriate. Yes. So now, like everyone thought that they had to like fight off with sticks, but now they're.
The tables have turned.
Now they have guns. Yes, so now we have a fighting force in our peaceful community that has guns. This is great.
Unfortunately, they were trained for sticks.
They're trained with sticks. Yeah, exactly. So, but now they're going to be good with sticks and guns once they learn the guns.
And you see a bunch of dudes out there throwing guns at people.
Hitting, pistol whipping.
Pistol whipping. John Wick. Fighting force of John Wicks. I love it. Okay. All right, so that was projects. Now, what's your action, Opti?
Somebody has a controversial idea. So I'm going to start a project. I'm going to start a project to... Let's start a project to poison the undomesticated poppies, so that when and if the red spider invades, we can pull back, seed the hills to them, and they will die when they try to harvest it. Because we have all this awful. So basically, we're turning the left hills into the right hills, because we've learned to cultivate it, or we hope to learn to cultivate it.
We're salting the earth.
Yeah.
Contempt.
Oh, damn.
Contempt. I mean,
think
that's
I'm
a
gonna
great
pull
idea,
some
but
serious
contempt.
as well. Holy.
This is not going to take very long, so I'm going to say 3 weeks to like go out there, get the canisters down there,
This
and start to
community is a powder keg.
and start to slow roll them out. Right? 3 weeks sound right?
To poison
To like
all
poison
those
out,
fields.
like, the idea is like you'll strategically place them and then just sort of like, I don't know, open them up and let the slow roll happen, right? Over time. I don't know.
I'd say maybe 4 weeks instead
4
of
weeks.
3.
I don't have any. It was a pretty evil thing. I'd been thinking about it for a while, and
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah. Actually, I'm also going to spend a contempt for actually like being able to receive guns and stuff and like keep the training going. So like that's something that I feel mends some of the community, but now they're like. So I just basically had a wash this round. All right. So while you're doing that, I'll take my turn. I got the king. A natural disaster strikes the area.
Oh shit.
Period. Choose one. You focus on getting everyone to safety, remove an abundance, and a project fails. Or you focus on protecting your supplies and hard work at any cost. Several people die as a result.
I got it, guys. Let's take all this stuff and poison the entire area. A natural disaster happens. You have to abandon everybody. Idiot.
Okay, wait. So we have the glow poppies, removing abundance and a project fails. Glow poppies, the fruits, the drinking water, the shelter, the fish, for the weapons. Or several people die as a result.
Oh my god.
A natural disaster. Okay. So I think a natural disaster that would happen. Oh, you know what? There was I was gonna say an earthquake. Or an avalanche. Ooh, no, an avalanche. Okay, I'm gonna do an avalanche. An avalanche strikes the camp.
This stuff people are doing.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking, Opti.
Right? I was
That
like,
was
oh
my
my god.
first thought.
Oh my
That was
god.
my first thought. And then we
Oh,
have
the
these
flood.
open fields.
Yeah, the flood ruins the domesticated poppies and now they're all gone. I actually like, yeah, okay, fine. I'll take that. I was gonna say an avalanche. I mean, this is boring, but, because that was boring, but this is, no. Oh man, I'm sorry about the bioluminescence, the domesticated poppies. All right, yeah. We are going to remove the glow poppies as an abundance. Because
That was
yeah,
our
the
one
flood.
thing.
I know that's our one thing, and we've poisoned the earth, and this flood has basically just like swept off all of these glow poppies. So here, this. Oh my god, I can't believe I've done this.
Oh man.
This is awful.
That was a gut punch. That's movie level
High stakes.
plot twist.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
a good plot twist. High freaking stakes.
Yeah, that's all that remains is just this big, like, oh my god, this hurts. This hurts. Oh, actually, well, I didn't have to, like, delete glow poppies. I just put it in scarcities.
We still have some.
Poisoned poppies are in abundance.
That, I mean, hey, whatever, that's true.
Yeah, it's not like there's like every single poppy's gone. It's just like our operation is done.
So like this one hill down here, it's like, dear Jesus, save those ones.
Yeah.
Go build a wall.
And I'm actually wondering, like, how bad was this flood? Like, did it go all the way over here to, like, the fruits?
Up to you.
No, because there was one abundance. We still have fruits here, so no. It almost
Now
got to them.
we have glow derivatives that are still up and going.
Yeah, we have derivatives, but yeah, as far as like the actual poppies themselves, no. So here, like, I'm gonna expand the river a little bit. Like these like they just barely escaped the. No, it's like, and like this poor little pier is like almost submerged, and yeah.
I can see that scene in my mind where like the guys are on the hill and they set off the gas, and then like they're walking back towards the poppy fields, and like they see it flood and they're just like, oh my god, we're so dumb.
Yeah.
These poison poppies are gonna come, like they're gonna be important at some point. This is good.
Hopefully, right?
Yeah.
I have a feeling about it.
too costly to not have something good happen.
So I'm gonna hold a discussion.
Did we tick our things?
Oh no, we didn't. Go ahead and tick. Yes, because somebody just found out who
Investigation.
murdered.
Yeah. So, Tanya's investigators conduct 2 investigations separately to see if they don't consult with each other to try to stay as impartial as possible. And they both come to the conclusion that one of the members of the militia was responsible for Wolfgang's death. And as far as they can tell, Devon's death was an accident. He was not healthy and well, and they're not sure if anybody's to blame, but Wolfgang, they find, evidence of planning and fuel and personal effects left of the scene. And so they go to arrest this man, the first arrest of our community, and but he gets wise to it before they come, and he takes out his gun and tries to go down fighting, and manages to kill one of the investigators before he's taken down. So 2 more members of the community are gone, and someone who was loved and trusted by his brothers in arms, and someone who was seen as a very intelligent and impartial person in the community are taken. And so tensions are extremely high when this poppy field gets flooded, and the community is a tight string ready to snap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. A discussion needs to be had, for sure. There's just so much to discuss.
I'm too
Okay.
upset for sarcasm.
Honestly, I'm gonna make this sort of goal oriented, kind of like when we were. So okay. So now what? Is my question. Where, okay, let me phrase it a little better. Actually, no, I think that's appropriate. So now what? Scrim, you're first to answer the question.
I'm trying to think what the answer would be.
One turn, we've devastated this community.
This I think was in the works over a couple of turns. This what we have here is worth preserving. And every difference that we emphasize, every time we push against each other, there is heartache and pain, and we are more weak in the face of disasters like this flood. We need to set aside our differences, and we need to focus on the threat at hand and turn our weapons towards our enemies rather than each other.
Opti.
The whole, I mean, last month we had no guns. The poison had been put away. There were no murders. We had abundant poppies. We were in a good position to bargain with everybody. And the decisions that we've been making lately have just led us down one giant awful decision after another. We need to make decisions by consensus from now on. We need to stop just going and being reactionary and do something that's going to be sustainable. What we're doing is not sustainable.
Yeah, we've lost 6 people and there's only 70 of us.
Right.
We're gonna die out.
We haven't had any births this entire year. They're probably going to be horribly mutated. We don't know the long-term effects of the poppy anyway. And also, we've got guns and warrior class, and this is all too much.
Yeah. We need to stop destroying what we have, because the little that we do have, including each other, is precious. So whatever we have now, we need to preserve and hold on to and develop that and cut our losses. That's my turn.
All right.
Oh, and the community, other tangents of the community say, we've never had our priorities straight, and maybe we should, eh? We've lost almost everything. We're going to lose more unless we can figure out a way to get along instead of destroying ourselves.
And then he says,
we didn't want to make any babies because we didn't want to get intimate in the mud this spring. It was really gross.
Yeah.
You know what's really hot? is that rusty mud.
Lead-laced mud. Really gets you going.
Yeah.
Yeah, those babies are not going to be healthy. So
Next.
Yep.
All right. 3. Someone leaves the community after issuing a dire warning. Who and what is the warning? Someone issues a dire warning, and the community leaps into action to avoid disaster. What is the warning? I think that discussion we just had constitutes this warning that we must work together, and we must work by consensus, or we will be defeated by these people who are coming. And so there's a discussion about efforts to mitigate the damage to the poppy fields, but Tanya proposes that the community start construction on more permanent defenses. I'm not sure a wall would be really feasible, but like barriers and stuff like that. She it's one of those things that the community tries to go by consensus, but it just barely gets majority. And so there's people who are thinking this is just more wasted time, and we should be training instead, or we should be focusing on this and that. There's a lot of disagreement still, although people are kind of, it's more muted. It's less angry, but people are quite grumbly. So the contentious project is building a wall / defenses. While contentious, there is a group represented by me that appreciates this work togetherness and build towards the future. So I'm giving up a contempt for solidarity.
I think so as well. I will do that as well.
And I think this will be probably 5 weeks.
Building a wall.
Can we get the spiders to pay for it?
I would almost, what would we be building the wall with? We don't have timber, we don't have iron.
Okay, well maybe what it is then is a trade agreement with the Ironhides. That we
can maybe do trenches if that's or some other sort of defense.
That's true. That's a good point. Yeah, maybe
just dig big holes and cover them up with straw, like in the movies.
No, those gopher holes were really effective.
That's true.
Dig gopher holes everywhere.
So more holes. We encourage the gophers to dig more.
Shia LaBeouf shows up and he's like, "That guy's a good idea."
Okay, so that maybe would be 3 weeks then.
Yeah.
Just digging holes. Okay. Okay, let's take our projects. Oh, I guess that project can tick.
No, because it started this week.
Okay. And then, what is next?
You get an action.
Hold a discussion, start a project, discover something new. Okay, I think as part of the defense project, a small group undertakes the dangerous work of retrieving landmines.
Hmm. Oh wow.
And yeah, it's the discussion is long, but it's decided that this will be done.
I will also lose a contempt for that.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
I will spend it. Yeah, like I'm spending a contempt to. I think that's a great idea.
Like that's dangerous, right? Like that's good. That's good.
It is.
Oh no, it's incredibly dangerous, but we're working together.
Right. Yeah, well, let's see. I think there's got to be a faction that doesn't like it, so I'm just going to stay where it is. I think they understand it, but they're not going to like it.
Yeah. Sort of a fragile piece right now.
All right.
All right. Opti.
Here we go. Introduce a dark mystery among the members of the community, or conflict flares up among the community members, and as a result, a project fails. That I don't have the heart to do that one, so we're gonna have to go with a dark mystery. I'm gonna say Tanya has been acting very oddly, acting contrary to her normal demeanor, and Robert, remember Robert from way back when, who got in the fight with Damien, he said that he saw Tanya inspecting the gopher holes at the same time that someone else saw her digging around Wolfgang's grave. That's mysterious enough, right?
She's digging in Wolfgang's grave.
At the same time as somebody else saw her inspecting the gopher holes.
Oh, so she was in two places at once?
Doppelganger.
All right, so we're gonna go down one dice on that. Go down another dice. Oh, I'm sorry, I said went down one dice on a dice that wasn't mine.
Oh yeah. Take the wall. Oh, you did. Okay.
Got it.
All right. And then what's your action?
Let's see. We're gonna have a discussion. Tanya says we should choose a definitive leader. In the coming days, it's going to be important that we follow somebody when war breaks out, and I think it should be me.
Okay. Well, I think we should be leading by counsel. We want to preach togetherness, but then we just want to repeat the same mistakes of handing a crown to somebody. I'm just not about it. We should have equal representation.
Having a single person leading us is our best option for decisive action when it needs to happen. We can't afford to wait for a council to make decisions on our behalf.
I like that consensus.
Contempt.
I'm going down in contempt.
I'm taking one. All right.
All right, my turn is over.
All right. Me. 8. Someone sabotages a project and the project fails as a result. Who did this and why? Or someone is caught trying to sabotage the efforts of the community. How does the community respond? So either way, there's a sabotage.
Man, this is a big decision. This will right here will alter the rest of the game.
Oh yeah.
I need to look at this map.
Keep in mind, one of our projects is trying to poison one of our most abundant resources.
But it's also like one of the best potential
Actually would be pretty crazy.
potential defenses. Yeah.
Yeah. I can anyway, I won't
Right.
steal your thunder the rest.
Right. I'm anxious to see what Oz's
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
do.
curious, I'm
This
very
is like
curious.
this is like I looked at that and I was like, oh wow.
Okay. Oh, before I make my decision, community says, no, landmines are the worst. It'll blow off more of our legs than anyone else's. Ban landmines. Let's have 2 leaders who can check and balance each other. One to take care of things here and one to and one for things away from here.
We did a whole episode of The Office about that.
Sabotage. Because I can either if I sabotage a project, I don't see. Well, I guess it. Or someone's caught sabotaging the community itself. Okay. Let me look at this prompt again. I feel like you all have better ideas than I do on this run right now. Because I don't see the big deal in it. I mean, I see it, but I don't. So I'm just going to do something. I don't really know how to sabotage these projects. So
I think who and like what they're trying to do is more important than like actually how they sabotage things.
right.
Just that it fails and that somebody did it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is your turn, man. There's no right or wrong answer.
Someone's caught trying to sabotage the efforts of the community. I think all right. The Tanya that a Tanya, one of the Tanyas, one of these doppelganger Tanyas, is caught trying to sabotage the she's caught trying to sabotage all of the weapons. And when she's caught, we realize that this is someone who was sent by the Red Spiders from the Peace Envoy mission way back, who just looks like Tanya. And the entire investigation has now been thrown into question because she's been a traitor this entire time.
Oh my god!
There.
That's so good, Oz!
So how does the community respond? So first off, the militia is like, well, clearly we've been framed this whole time because somebody got pinned for it.
Can
and taken out.
I just put one point of order that
Absolutely.
it was supposed to be impartial people who were investigating it. It
Oh,
wasn't
right.
Tanya who but you can do maybe that's how they react.
Yeah, I mean the community is definitely going to be like, who knows what else she threw into question, and then she was trying to take power for herself, and all she was going to do, so the
and
militia.
Where's the other Tanya? Yeah.
Exactly, and where's the other Tanya? We've seen another Tanya, so now the question is, where's Tanya? And I think the militia is seeking justice for the person that they want to basically reinstate that. I mean, that individual's dead, but just get the that mark of dishonor and stuff erased from them.
Yeah.
And get and recruit more. I think what this does actually is it recruits more fervor to join the militia. So I think people react to that even more because they see that this threat is incredibly insidious. So this militia grows in rank. Yeah. Okay.
What do they do with Tanya or the fake Tanya?
How does she look like
that's
Tanya?
True. I think, well, almost exact. I mean, it was one of those happenstance things, perfect spy kind of, kind of dealies. They realized the difference is just a couple of different moles maybe that she would have had. And I think the community would react by at least keeping her imprisoned and trying to question her for further intel on the incoming threat. Okay.
Well.
Take your clocks. All right, so the poisoning and the landmines are complete. Or both of those are your projects, right, Opti? Oh no, you're the landmine. Right?
Landmine.
Okay, so how does landmines advance?
So they successfully take out a dozen or so mines. But they're not sure that all of them actually work. They can't tell if they're duds or not without actually exploding them. So they managed to do it, but it may not be as successful as expected.
But we have landmines.
But we've got a bunch.
All right. So weapons and landmines. In abundances. All right, Opti.
It is the autumn of our discontent, and the once abundant, once proud fare of our people, the glow poppies, are now completely and utterly poisoned, with just one small hill seeming to be unaffected because it's buffered against the wind. So yeah, we can be confident that anybody who comes thinking, hey, I'm going to nab some of those, they will die within the month. Or whatever is appropriate to the story.
Mm-hmm. All right. All right, so now I'm going to start a project, and I'm going to act selfishly. So I'm going to spend a contempt. After the betrayal, the betrayal of this Tanya, who everyone was, this was just such a trusted figure. A group has basically like this community or chunk of the community is like, no, we can't do this like single ruler stuff. We know that this is a problem. So basically what they want to do is they want to establish a council, but they want to do it at the top of a watchtower that they're gonna just kind of like carve into the mountainside here. So the idea is to get a vantage point at least, but they're gonna like make it look really, really like ferocious and scary and ominous and be like, nope, the council sits here.
I like it.
Right? And like,
That's probably a long-term project, hey?
oh, absolutely.
6 for sure.
Yeah, that's got to be 6 weeks at least.
Yeah, you're carving into the mountainside and like
for a low-tech people to create a huge tower on the side of a mountain, that's at least 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
yeah, I know. I didn't really draw this very. I probably shouldn't have drawn it like this. Really, you know what? Hold on.
To build a 4th mountain in this range?
Yeah, no. It's no. This is.
We already said it wasn't to scale. Don't worry about changing.
No, I know, but like, okay. So what I mean is, it's carved in, so it would look more like this, right?
I was just more thinking like you're building one of the twin towers from Lord of the Rings, like, in 6 weeks.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's really more like that. Actually, I think is the better. Yeah.
I'm last in autumn, yeah, or is Opti last?
I think Opti is last. Yeah.
I have no idea.
All right, can I draw?
Yes.
7. Ooh. Project just isn't working out as expected. Radically change the nature of this project. When it resolves, you'll be responsible for telling the community how it went. Or I can add a new scarcity.
Both of those are gross.
Fun. I like this project thing. I only have 2 options.
I guess the
Well,
first.
hold on.
Yeah, I guess the first one isn't that bad.
Yeah,
They just changed the
especially
nature of it.
given that there's now a watchtower, council watchtower being built. You're free to
Yeah,
mess
I
with
think
that.
for sure. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to take the council, the watchtower, and I think changing the nature of it. I think that the proceedings have been a little spotty all along, and the formation of the council is subverted by the religious side of things, and so instead of setting up a republic, it seems like they are diverting attention and sort of insidiously setting up a theocracy.
Plot twist.
All right, how do you want to draw the Theocratic Council atop the mountaintop?
Oh, I'm not good at these symbol things. I always draw something accidentally. Okay, so let's do I'll do like let's say a blue circle is the symbol of this religious group that has been gaining traction over the last little while. So that's their deal. Okay, so we can take our projects: the fence, the ditch diggers, dig some ditches.
Oh yeah.
Maybe I'll put those as actual ditches because I was thinking it was a fence. It's a bunch of holes in the poison poppy fields. God, we really destroyed this place, didn't we?
Yeah.
Theocratic falling apart.
Militia.
Militia. Okay, awesome. So as the I think the name of this religion is called the Blue Dawn. God, that sounds so ominous. So I
love it.
So as the final ditch is dug, and possibly dud landmine buried, our people look up from the fields of poison poppies, and they see the red spiders flying their flag in the distance. The day has finally come and we are being invaded. I am discovering something new. And you know what? I'll just use this. I'll carry over this drawing of the red spider here. And one of the villagers says, "Mark my words, the militia and the Blue Dawn will be at war within a month, and we'll be back to sleeping in mud, at best." Bummer.
Thank you. Oh my god.
Okay.
Is this the last round in autumn, or do we have one more go around?
I
think
not know.
This is the last one.
Okay.
The parish arrives. Who are they? Why have they chosen your community, and for what? Thank you for that setup script. Or a small gang of marauders is making its way through local terrain. How many are there? What weapons do they carry? Either one of those.
Both of these just happened.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go with the first one because I can't resist religious baddies. The parish arrives, and they are initiates of the Blue Dawn. They saw, they heard or they saw that their banner was flying again, and that their deity, the sky itself, is being worshipped again, and that the fledgling community needed its help, needed their stalwart defenders. So with their militant theocratic ways, they and their lightning guns, they have come. The 12 of them have come to set up a temple to the Blue Dawn, and to defend the people of the town who have clearly devoted themselves. The entire town has clearly devoted themselves, and therefore they assume has put themselves under the onus, the protection, and the authority of the parish of the Blue Dawn. We'll just...
Can I add like one small detail that they claim the flood was like evidence of the sky's
yeah,
desire,
absolutely.
like yeah, like that was to humble you.
You might never have chosen the Blue Dawn had that not happened.
These poor people, they've been broken.
This is real rough.
Yeah.
This is where they're choosing. They camp out over here. The symbol of the Blue Dawn, which is lightning for some reason. I don't know. They're really big into sky imagery, and they didn't coordinate with their graphic artist. But there it is.
Boy. I hope they
All
can
right.
fight the red spiders.
I'm gonna go with no. All right.
Purple mess.
Ticking the clock. What is your action?
We are going to hold a discussion. The question on the table is, what the hell? At least when I didn't sign up to be religious at all, and now we're some sort of fundamentalist warrior cult. What has happened?
Well, had we been working together the way that we had, or that some of us wanted to, maybe we wouldn't be in a position where we have to force a community.
I'm taking contempt for that answer. That was unhelpful and accusatory.
Scrim.
His great blue hand has washed over your blasphemous poppies that only must grow in the wild. And his great blue face looks down upon us with love. Love and abundance will follow us, and we will crush the spiders that threaten along the horizon with the help of his beautiful blue boot.
His beautiful blue boot.
Thus saith our glorious Lord. And they fill their blue capes and leave.
I'm taking contempt.
Like, not even subtle. Glorious blue boot. You all bow the neck.
Oh my god.
Good times.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so there's a sizable group of people who are like, I don't even know how this happened in the last 2 weeks, but we are not here for this. So yeah, there seems to be a pretty good sized rift in the
coup.
Yeah.
like religion has had nothing to do with us for like ever, and all of a sudden 2 weeks later it was like, what are we all, what lightning guns, what boots, what? Yeah.
The chat community says, wait, what? Please don't mix theology with politics. It's never a good idea. Come on, get off that high hill. And then yeah, and apparently Steve, Jill, and Ahmed are thinking they should leave. But can they really do worse than this?
Yeah, all right. Well, there you go. Oz.
It's
Was
been
that-
a rough year for this group.
Is that it?
Yeah, that would be autumn.
That's autumn, yeah.
Wow.
So now winter can end at any time, yeah?
Yes, as soon as we draw the king.
This feels like the end of Game of Thrones. With like all these factions all of a sudden.
Total
like,
madness.
Wasn't quite built up enough, but like they're all coming together right now anyway.
Yep. I'm gonna shuffle this
It can
real
end at any
good
time.
and hope the king isn't right on top.
Such a quiet year. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right? This is a false advertising. Quiet year, my ass. This has been the weirdest
Insane
year ever.
All right,
Like
here I go.
2020.
3. Someone comes up with an ingenious solution to a big problem, and as a result, a project finishes early. What was their idea? Or someone comes up with a plan to ensure safety and comfort during the coldest months. Start a project related to this. Okay, our only project is this sky tower, and that's not finishing early. I don't see an ingenious solution to that. But, well, actually, I mean,
The Blue Dawn forces everyone into servitude.
yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. But, actually, you know what? That's what I'm thinking, so I'm gonna do it. I mean, safety and comfort. They need the sky tower, otherwise they can't rule.
Lightning guns are pretty persuasive.
Yep. This project finishes early because yes, the entire community has been enlisted into servitude, or else. The ingenious solution was hauling things faster with more manpower.
I should also point out too, on my turn, the red spiders did come, so they're like attacking.
I thought they were like on the
Rallied or were
They were
Yeah,
rallied,
well,
like,
like
they're
I
on
feel
their-
like they would be here pretty soon. Anyway, they're in, like, we can see them at very least.
Well,
I don't know
sieges
if
can
they're-
sometimes take a long time, right?
Fair enough.
Right.
Sorry, I
Exactly.
should've been-
And this is really like
But you're
the
right to bring it
seat-
up because I would have kind of.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, the logic here, I think, is like this is like the seat of at least a final bastion, right? Like they'd have to run some massive loops to be able to get up here in the first place and take the final bits of what we have left of like the glow poppies and the fruits and all that. Like whatever we have is up there with the blue dawn.
Right.
Yeah. So yes.
I think too that when they finish their tower, at the top is a big giant metal ball that is a lightning rod.
A big blue ball that's a lightning rod. Yeah, I dig that.
Palmer's so disappointed in us.
Yeah, forced labor. Lightning rod. All right. We have no projects to tick. So I'm gonna start a project. And I think, okay, we know that there's a siege underway. And now that our glorious sky tower has been finished. We have go for holes. Yeah, I mean, really now it's a question of we have poison poppies, fruits. I'm trying to think of like something that we could do for this war. I think the project is gonna be okay, I know what I want the project to be. I'm gonna have the project be to make secret symbols and arrows and basically just paths along this underground route through the mountains, so that people in the community and in the militia can hide and basically find places to hide and ambush and like blitz the contingent. So like they can take whatever they want from the surface, but if they're going to get to this tower, they have to go through like this whole cavernous system and stuff. And like we have, and between us and the Ironhides, we have some opportunity to kind of like do battle plans basically to cut people off and bottleneck and all that stuff in the caverns. So we got rid of all the dice. Hold on. Token. So this battle plan, how long do we think it'll take?
2 weeks?
Yeah. I'm cool with that, because I think we have a good lay of the land. All right. All right. That is my turn. Scrim.
Right. 2.
This tower would have been a way more impressive feat without the whips, you know?
So a headstrong community member takes charge of the work efforts. One project fails and a different one finishes early. So since we only have one, I'll go with the other option. A headstrong community member tries to take control of the community. How are they prevented from doing this? Due to the conflict, project dice are not reduced this week. I think someone is very upset by this Blue Dawn coup and begins really speaking up. After a week of hard labor finishing the tower, they are very, very angry about it, and so they start pushing back. And it results in a lot of confusion, a lot of frustration, and in the end, the Blue Dawn leaders. What do they do? I think that the leadership arrests her and basically squashes all communication against their rule. And people kind of start to just sort of go back to normal, and there's sort of a new sense of fear and stress in the air that if you say anything against them, they're gonna be real mad. Yeah. So product dice is not reduced.
Okay. So what's your action?
Okay, so my project is gonna be a couple of people are going to build. I think the sisters who planted the tree or grew the berries, they go back to the Ironhides, and they want to negotiate some kind of trade so they can get some timber to build and dogs to build dog sleds for transport in the winter.
Yeah. Which reminds me, winter has snow. I have to remember that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I'm from Florida. I hear that. Winter has snow here. Yeah.
Where I am, autumn and winter and spring. And sometimes summer. Have snow. All right, that's it for me.
All right.
All right.
I see a good omen. What is it? I don't know. What is a good omen? Let me see. That seems like a very open-ended. Let's see. The sky turns a beautiful orange for 5 days in a row.
Thinking that.
And of course, certain thoughtful members of the community take this as an omen, even though they don't care for religion at the moment. They see religious significance in this turn of events. So yeah, we can click down our stuff. And then I'm going to start a project. The Blue Dawn has decided that they can't wait any longer. So while things are finishing up, they are going to send a few raiding parties to harry the red spiders and force them. No, actually, I changed my mind. The Blue Dawn sends out people to negotiate with the red spiders and cedes all of the land from the hills to the fish farm to the red spiders, and then retreats, hoping that the red spiders will come forth and partake of the poppies and get poisoned. So that's a new project. We're going to say that for good or ill, the red spiders will have moved into the filthy poppy area within 2 weeks.
Yep, I agree with that.
Drop a contempt for that one.
Did this one advance?
No, I didn't do it.
Okay, I'll take it.
I got it.
I got it. Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's my turn.
All right, here we go. 5. Winter elements destroy a food source. If this was your only food source, add a scarcity. Or winter elements leave everyone cold, tired, and miserable. Project dice are not reduced this week. Am I gonna destroy more stuff? Oz, what's wrong with you? The winter is harsh. So harsh. Did it say if it was my only food source? If this was your only food source, add a scarcity. Okay.
Certainly not our only food source.
Yeah, no, never mind. So if it's not our only food source, then I would just...
Then food would become a scarcity, obviously, yeah.
I think it just means, like, if just fruits are scarce, then that's that. But, like, if food... Yeah, we might have been too specific about our abundances and scarcities.
Right.
Or we just did the game right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
We're just good.
Yeah,
at
exactly.
playing the game.
Yeah, because my thoughts are that the...
Right, so just, I mean, like fruits or fish, right? One of those two.
Yeah, you can just move it over.
God, what a beating. How awful would it be, like, to have invested in either one of those things as much as we have, and then, like...
Yeah.
Haha, that sucks.
Yeah, the fruits, they're seasonal. And we didn't know, and they're shriveled up, and now we are really, really low. Like,
right?
we
We
have
thought
nothing.
maybe like if they were the poppies, right? They'd be year round.
Yeah.
But nope.
Yeah, we were
Damn it.
unable to really unlock the secrets of the poppies, right? Or the poppy fruits, or any of that.
We were so close.
So close.
Our mad scientists are so disappointed.
So I'm gonna draw. No. Like falling all over the fruits.
Some of this game is so mundane and so powerful, and then
Yeah.
and then some of it has just been so fantastical and odd.
Yeah.
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 So there you go.
I feel like if you played this game with a group that wasn't so comfortable with fantasy elements, if it would end up like a Little House on the Prairie, like, new tragedy every week type thing, right?
Yeah.
It's possible.
Or like people who are just super into Fallout, if it would just be like a freak show from like start to finish, right? Where just all sorts of weird stuff is happening.
All right, so let's tick our projects. Scrim, go ahead and do yours first.
So the the sisters finish up their project, build their sled, and mysteriously leave, as they like to do.
I like these three sisters that just do shit and then leave.
New question mark.
Yeah.
All right. So the militia and the citizenry have moved into the tunnels to defend the
Ooh.
and like they're littered throughout all of the tunnels. So like I could probably take like 2 of them and put them over.
What's the relationship between the militia and the Blue Dawn?
They've been conscripted, of course. Is that the right word?
Sure.
Yeah, they've been enlisted. I mean, like they fight for the community. That's always been their goal, to fight for the community. And now
Whoever is the leader of the community.
Yeah, well, I mean, yes, and especially now that, you know, that whole situation with Tanya happened, right? They have a representative probably from the militia on the Blue Dawn Council, right? Like they have like a war, you know, Minister of War or something like that. So they're doing what must be done for the community.
Sarcasm guy left the community to join the Ironhides,
He'll be greatly missed.
Yeah, damn.
who I do think are a little bit more stable, frankly.
We just don't know much about him.
They're gonna, yeah, we don't, but they're gonna get eaten, I'm sure, if they haven't already. Because what do they have, huh? All right, so then I get an action. I think we're gonna discover something new. I don't know what it is yet, but we're gonna discover something new. We discover that the we discover okay. We discover that, or rather the Blue Dawn makes this discovery. They unearth that cache of bio grenades that we found early on from the remnants of the Jackal War.
That's what we use to poison the hills.
To poison the hills? Oh, so that's all been used up?
Yeah.
Never mind. They are
There
currently...
could be more caches. I'm just saying that one was what we used to.
No, that's fine. They could use the poison poppies then. They've taken samples. They have samples of those poison poppies, and now they have discovered that the poisoned poppies mixed with the so because of this biochemical that has poisoned them, these actually grow in snow. So these are winter. Something happened to my Firefox. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, so they find basically they have like winter fruit. But they don't really know this thing's properties. So we're gonna make like a little snow bank here. And I'll draw some poison fruit while Scrim, you can go ahead.
4 of spades. All the animals and young children are crying and won't stop. Hold a discussion about this, in addition to your regular action. Or a great atrocity is revealed. What is it and who uncovers it? identity is revealed. So, as a last ditch effort, to someone talks to the still imprisoned Tanya doppelganger, and she's grown quite listless and very, very open about things. She doesn't really seem to care anymore. Who knows the truth about what? And she reveals that she had like no idea, even though she made the final call with Wolfgang's death, that the conclusion really was nothing. They had no idea who actually killed him. And upon kind of looking into it, the person she reveals this to finds that they were actually killed by external members who were from the Blue Dawn. The Blue Dawn killed him to try to pave the way for their takeover.
Blue Dawn playing the long game. Cool.
Yeah, they were. Yeah. So yeah, this information starts to kind of filter through the community.
So the Blue Dawn was originally part of the Red Spider.
They had some kind of agent that came in and killed Wolfgang.
Uh-huh.
They wanted to destabilize.
So false Tanya was from the Red Spiders.
That's right.
But what she didn't know was that there was somebody else working within the community from the Blue Dawn.
Yes, indeed. We're a very, very torn community.
this core group of 42 to 64 people.
But the Blue Dawn isn't from the Red Spiders. It's like a separate crew
they're
entirely
separate.
somewhere.
Yeah, they're separate.
As far as we know now, until we change it.
Oh my god.
And maybe the fact is that they actually super hate each other, and the Blue Dawn knew, they're gonna come for this place, so let's take it over our way, and then take care of these d-bags.
All right. Well,
Dang.
the ploy on behalf of the Blue Dawn to cede the poisoned area to the Red Spiders is now finished, and the Red Spiders should have taken over the area. And in fact, they have been decimated. They are still around, but the Red Spiders have absolutely fallen victim to one of the classic blunders in our world, which is never seed another man's poppy or something. So I don't know.
Or start a land war in Russia?
Yeah, right?
Here?
Or start a land war wherever.
During winter?
So now they are here,
Oh!
small, but the ones who are left can somehow survive on poison poppies.
Whoa. Immunity.
All right. So I am going to discover something new. And down from a long ways away atop this tower, and I think this is our whistleblower, the person who finds out about the Blue Dawn. They haven't really revealed it yet, but they're standing watch on the tower, and they see in the distance, along the frozen river, there is like a glowing orange light, and as they watch, they see closer and closer. There are these 4 figures on dog sleds racing in, and behind them is this massive, like, glowing ball of fire, And as they come closer, they recognize it is the three sisters and the real Tanya.
Yes! 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 You read my mind. I kept thinking like I'm gonna bring back good Tanya, and she's gonna somehow save the day. Good job! Oh, great job! As soon as you said 4, I was like, ooh, please be the sisters and Tanya. That's so dope. Yes! Yes.
Nice.
You're so excited.
All right, we need to draw the giant ball of fire.
Like I mean, I'm literally excited because I was like, please do that. Please do that. That'd be so freaking cool. Yeah. Cool. That's
Alright,
great. That's fantastic. What was the ball of fire again? I was so excited about Tanya.
They're like carrying. They're somehow bringing it with them. It's hard to see exactly what's going on.
Okay, so it's some sort of ball of fire.
Yeah. I think it's like it's
Fabulous.
magic in some way. We've kind of had a low key magic, and they're doing something low key magic.
All right.
It's returned.
All right.
Let's see. Oh shiz.
Oof.
An infected outsider arrives seeking amnesty. They have some much needed resources with them. Choose one. Welcome them into the community. Remove a scarcity, but also introduce an infection into the community. Or bar them from entry. What scarcity could they have addressed? How does its need become more dire this week? Ah, I see. One of the sick red spiders comes to the door, knowing that their community is doomed, and wants in. They have the secret. They know how the others in their community are able to overcome the poison poppy sickness, and they can help us, get the glow poppies back to health, or manipulate them again, or use them again. But yeah, he's got this sort of glowdiation poisoning. Made that word up right now. And we are going to welcome them in. The Blue Dawn is fascinated, and since they're not going to be the ones doing the examining, they are totally cool with this development. So we now can move glow poppies back into abundance.
Nice.
It's done their job, and now we have got them back again. This has worked out perfectly for them anyway. But we now have I don't know. Do you want to write in somewhere that there's some glowdiation poisoning floating through the community?
Because we have an infection. Well, I mean, you have to draw that on the map somehow.
All right. I'm getting a lot of traction out of this glowing green. Am I assuming that most of our community is now on the right side of the river? Right, like over in these tunnels, or no?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, we're all just basically waiting for the. Well, I guess not anymore, but.
And I am going to spend a point of contempt to do something selfish. Somebody in the community has been in contact with Tanya and with the scavengers, the Ironhides, and they have opened the gates of the tunnel, or are planning to. Right, that's their project, and they've made plans to open the gates of the tunnels so that when Tanya and her riders and the scavengers get here, they're going to overthrow the Blue Dawn. Where'd the dice go?
I will spend a contempt to say that is awesome.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know where the dice are.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe
Yeah.
pop one out somewhere. There you go.
Let's put make it a little smaller. There you go.
So right down here, We will, and you know what? I think a good long timer is good here. I don't know about 6 months or not, or 6 weeks or not, but like, I guess my feeling is, if we can do this before the end, that would be cool, right? And
Right.
it should feel like that may or may not be what happens. So I'm gonna put,
I
how
think
about a month?
6 is
6. You want to
4?
do 6?
No, you want to do
6 is a lot. I'd say 4.
4? Okay,
just
yeah, a
to,
month.
but to just get the gates open for them. I mean, they're already.
Well,
on
I
their
mean,
way
like this is the
here.
invading force, right? Like, I mean, just like,
Oh, right,
it's
and to go
coordinated,
through the
right? It's for
militia
them to
and all that.
arrive. I guess. How about that? It'll take 4 weeks for them to arrive.
and storm the place
Yeah.
to be able to fight through. Okay. Oh man.
Yeah. See, sarcasm guy is like the Tanya of the Iron Heights. he
All
left over there, now he's going to come back and help.
So
save
we're
the day.
proposing we have to draw the next 4 cards. Cannot be the king in order for this to work.
Yes, that
So we
that would
might
be
fail.
Mhm.
tragic. Yeah.
All right, here we go. 10.
Oof, every draw, I'm like,
In preparation for the coming year, the community begins a huge undertaking. Start a project that will take at least 5 weeks to complete. Period. I don't get a choice.
Go big or go home, man.
Yep. Oh my god.
You could restart the Poppy Project.
not in the middle of winter.
Well, the poison poppies
Right,
are,
they're hardy now. We know we have secrets.
yeah. And we
GMO
can now
poppies.
subside basically. We can survive on poison poppies during the winter. Especially with all this gladiation poisoning.
Oh my gosh.
The community
Oh,
begins
I
a
should have done that.
huge-
I should have tried to cure the gladiation poison. Oh well. If I get another chance, if I get another turn.
Yeah, actually, but know what? No, I'll take that because in preparation for the coming year, right, we need to get rid of the gladiation poisoning in order to then eat the regular glow poppies,
Sure.
right? And we have to basically like just do this on and off cycle. The plan
Right.
is of being gladiated and not being gladiated so that we have something to eat. So I'm going to put, let's see, like it's like a Red Cross kind of. There's medics and people that are testing and isolating and trying to figure out what they can do, studying both effects of the different poppies and stuff, and just testing. I think that's definitely a 6-week project.
Didn't it say 5?
5 or more weeks to complete. Do you think this could be 5?
Oh, at least 5. Yeah. So never mind. Yeah, do what you want to do.
5. I think I'm fine with 5. Let's hope for the best. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Okay. You can tick this clock. So we're at 3 weeks left to open the gates. And my action is going to be to, I don't know, I guess I'll hold a discussion. And the discussion is going to be how do we weed out this militia in our caves?
Can you explain what you mean by weed out?
How do we weed out, meaning how do we decimate them so that it's easier to cut through them? We want to be able to cut through them for the invasion.
Are we talking openly about the invasion?
Yes.
So this is like a secret side conversation I'm getting. This is
I
only
guess,
a portion
maybe not.
of the community is
All right.
talking.
How about this? The community. No, I don't know. Okay.
I think that's my fault. I think I set up a project for the community that wasn't a community project, and that's created an awkwardness.
No, I mean, it was a selfish project, and it's okay to do.
That's
And
true, you did say selfish.
Okay,
yeah.
good.
um,
Then I take it back. I'm not sad about it.
all right. A better question would be, how do we utilize the how do we utilize our remaining resources to ensure that we get power? And we is an open we. So take whichever side you want.
His great blue hand will come down and give us the sky, as in the storms, as he has in the past. The world will be ours.
Yes, I tend to agree. We need shepherding, and in
Yes.
the middle of this time, you know, the spring is his, and the summer is his. The heat is his, and the frost is his. We need his shepherding.
I look forward to burning all of these assholes. That's my discussion. All right, that ends my turn.
Okay, here we go.
Oh no.
The Frost Shepherds arrive. The game is over. So,
So what are the frost?
what are the Frost Shepherds?
Is that a conversation we have?
I think so. I think this is us. We get to... I mean, the Shepherds arrive. When it happens, it is fine to talk about what the Frost Shepherds might have been, what their arrival might have meant for the community, or any of the other situations that were faced throughout the year. With the game over, the limits placed on communication and discussion are suddenly lifted. So yes, we get to basically create this epilogue.
So my thought with that last bit of communication was that, and again, this is just my, if I got another chance to add to it, the Blue Dawn would have been the heralds of the Frost Shepherds, and the arrival of the other two groups would have booted out the Blue Dawn and allowed the community to prepare for the coming of the Shepherds. But
My idea would have been that the Frost Shepherds were Tanya and the giant fireball and the sisters.
just like
They're literally decimating the entire
right.
community, like whatever's
We're-
left of all of these.
you guys are garbage.
Yeah.
we're here to clean you up.
Yeah, I mean, and then this omen, right? That big, which Palmer mentions, right? There is this big, like orange sky, which
Yeah.
is very counter to what the Blue Dawn is, right? It should be a blue sky.
Right,
So
right.
the
I thought I took that as Tanya.
yeah. So it seems to me the Frost Shepherds
We're
fine.
the
Like
good
they
guys
don't.
in this scenario. Like our community was such garbage that the Frost Shepherds is coming is a kindness.
I think that I like the idea of Tanya as the Frost Shepherd, Tanya and the sisters as the Frost Shepherds, and the fire being like, it's sort of the opposite of what you'd expect, but kind of makes sense because, sort of fire can be a means of control of like cold, right? So you're shepherding the cold. And I think too that something happened to her, whatever it was, however she escaped, or maybe within the course of going there, she either unlocked or developed some sort of ability to control temperature, and
she actually she was actually able to harvest one of the fruits from the. Remember those fruits that got snowed in and we never actually like learned their properties? Maybe she like figured something out.
Yeah.
But like, I know that this project to storm the gates was supposed to be them coming through and like, and sweeping. So I wonder like if it's just this, you know, they had to kind of forego the gate, going through the gates.
Yeah.
And like taking out this militia, and instead just launched her to the top of the mountain, like in fire, and just
totally. And the sisters are like the lieutenants. They've got something similar going on, and they can control like things that are happening around them.
Yeah. And
they spent the last year harvesting and growing various forms of the glow poppy and using their magical properties to enhance their physical form.
Yeah, begin the montage of like everything they were doing off screen this entire time.
Yeah.
Like popping in to make sure that they didn't destroy themselves, but then like going back to like Rocky training with magical heroin. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe right before Tanya left, there's a scene where one of the sisters comes to her with this glowing blue drink and says, just in case, take this. And she like drinks it right before capture and like is like super sick and goes through all these crazy things and then suddenly finds she can GTFO.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so in my
I
head,
mean, like, I don't know. Do we win? Like, or
No.
is that just, or is there no resolution?
The resolution was okay. The resolution I see in my head is this like wave of fire, like that she's this energy that she's been holding onto this whole time, just cleanses this entire council and like blows it the fuck up, right? And it's like this incredible fireball, and all of this militia that's like hanging out down here hears the rumbling, goes out, sees the remainder of like all of this fire, this more of this orange, and they realize that the omen of the orange sky was this, and they all like lay down their weapons and bow at Tanya's peaceful might. I don't know.
I love it. Yeah.
Peaceful might. I love it.
Yep.
Yeah, and that like 5 days of orange sky was like when she finally was able to like access her powers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
So good. Okay, this was so much fun. I
would play this
world
again.
building games.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
I would love to play this again, knowing what it is, right? Because I think there's another game in here for me, right? There's a lower, what am I trying to say? Like there's a quieter game. I'm using the same word. There's a less supernatural, less futuristic game in here for me. Like there's a personal, like really like grounded community game in this that I would be really interested in playing too, if we got a chance to do it again.
Yeah. Like if we go into it with like that kind of goal, for sure.
Like keep the weirdness toned down a little bit, keep the supernatural toned down, keep the guns, right? Like set the stage a little bit more during the very beginning. I think this could be a totally like a psychological, emotional game rather than like a kind of game.
And I think it really lends itself. We diverged a little bit more to person versus person conflict, but it lends itself really well to person versus environment conflict.
Yeah.
That's really, I think, where this could shine.
I mean, I have to say, like the there was interpersonal drama within the community, outside of the community. So there was faction war stuff. There was stuff with man versus nature. There was a lot of really good, and something that we were talking about prior to, like, when we were on break, was that we really like that we don't really have ownership of anything, right? Like, we get to put something down on the map, and then after that, like, things just start getting destroyed or twisted and changed, and it really helps to have all of our different perspectives moving different pieces around, like the pieces that we're really interested in, or like that some of us are able to draw connections to that maybe we otherwise wouldn't have. So this is a really, really neat game. I like it a lot.
I agree.
Cool.
Yeah.
You did a really good job on the overlay as well.
Oh, thank you.
Very nice.
Yes. So I made sure to make a duplicate. So
Yeah, I would. I'd also be interested in playing this with more people to see how that changes the dynamic. Not too many more people.
Yeah, I wouldn't play this with more than. I mean, I feel like even 5 is too much.
Yeah, I think 4 would be a good max.
Mm-hmm. But I wanted to keep it to 3 for this one because I just wanted more of like that, like real super investment in the.
I do think 3 was good. Again, I think if we did it again, I think I would take a different tack. But I think it was a really fun game.
Yeah,
I had a really good time. And like really chill. Like, this is like the lo-fi of RPGs, right? Where it's just like, I have no investment in this. You know what I mean? Like, long term, I don't feel like I have to be on. I don't feel like I have to, think too far ahead. It's just enjoy what's happening.
Yeah. I mean, what I really like is that we didn't have to just focus on being a character. We really all got to kind of take the GM role. Sort of like.
Yeah, you said GM-less. It's actually the
Shared
reverse,
GM.
right? It's everybody's GM.
Yeah, because there's no one's a single character. We all just really get to create this universe together and watch it just play out in real time as we like keep introducing different elements and like fixing things and solving and creating problems. And yeah, I mean, it really changes, I think, a lot of the perception of what an RPG means also, right? Because I think we're used to doing a lot of that, like, well, I play a character, but in this one, collectively playing a community is really a very interesting novel idea, and I think that's
it reminds me of what we were talking about a couple weeks ago about Bluebeard's Bride, where I haven't played Bluebeard's Bride, so I don't know if the mechanics are similar at all, but we're all doing this thing, right? And when Scrim is doing something, I don't have control over what the community is doing. I just have to react when I get a chance to.
Right.
It's just, I had a really good time. This is super fun. Super cool.
Same.
Would love to use this game and or the questions and or just playing the game to do world building for some other games.
Oh, totally. That's what I love these kinds of games for. And you can just, because what I find is if you do a world building game and then you're done, I'm like, no, now is when I want to play in it. Like, I want to see what this world is like from at a micro level. I want to get in there. So yeah, this would be amazing for building a game.
Agreed. Yeah, and actually a lot of people suggest that like this is a really good precursor to something like Apocalypse Worlds. But yeah, there's plenty of games you could, I'm sure, and especially if you have like, if you set the expectation from the beginning of what kind of tone you want, and especially if you're going into it with the goal of making it the beginning of I don't know, a Shadowrun campaign or whatever, right? Like, you can go ahead and build something around that and then see what shows up.
One of my favorite games I played last year, I think it was, or year before, it was called Microscope, similar to this, but in like a bigger scale. You get like, it's like civilizations making decisions, and you role play mini scenes in there, and it was just incredible to build a whole thing together. So it's, yeah, that, and giving up control like that can be really, if you get the right group of people, it can be really fun.
Palmer's giving me an idea. I wonder how many games we could tie together. Right? So like he said, use this to build a world and an authority for a misspent youth game. Right?
I
Like,
was
so-
thinking about that when the Blue Dawn came in. I was like, this is like the game you guys played. What was it? The Tears of something?
I don't remember what it was. It did
it
have
was-
tears, yeah.
It was something about tears, and it was a religious
Mhm.
group, and I was like, yeah, it's kind of like that. That's totally what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted.
No, absolutely.
Oh,
I'm just wondering, like, what other kind of world building games are there, right? And like, how could we smush them all together and then play a game in that world?
Yeah. Oh,
and then like use like a Bluebeard's Bride or something like that to, you know, hack to like play as one character in one scene in that game, and then, you know, might be a fun experiment.
yeah.
one day.
I think yeah, for sure, if we are interested in playing this again and like taking an even more like relaxed, realistic tone throughout the whole thing, I think that would be a great return for
Yeah.
a future actual plays to chill to segment. So all right, well, I think we should just start doing some outros, calling this a night, because we've been at it for 5 hours.
Really?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Time
Yeah.
flies.
Yeah. I'm feeling it. I'm Oz.
I'm gonna hang this map on my refrigerator and tell people that my son drew this.
All right. Well, I'm Oz. I'm joined by
Scrim.
And Opti,
yeah.
you're reversed on Zoom and
Oh.
and the YouTubes.
Okay, fine. Well, anyway, so we do actual plays here on the Shadowcasters Network. We're getting back into the swing of things. It's been a while. I'm glad to be able to play with you again, Scrim.
You too.
And actually, Opti, yeah, same thing. Like being able to play
Oh,
with,
wow.
because we haven't. I know that like we talk all the time now, but yeah, like haven't had a chance to play with a lot of people actually. So very, very happy to do that. So thank you for
I can definitely
joining
say
me.
that you two are two of my favorite role players, and it's very easy to role play with you. So thank you for that, and thank you for the fun tonight.
You're welcome. His blue face shines upon
his giant blue boot.
Best moment. Oh my god.
you.
All right. Well, does anybody have any final plugs before we call this one a night?
We're good.
Nah,
Thanks, guys.
you were
Thank
here
you.
to chill, so we'll just let you
Mhm.
chill
Chill.
into the night.
Keep it chill. Keep and of course follow
Stay
us.
Frost Shepherdy.
Stay Frost Jeopardy. Follow us on Discord, or actually rather join us on our Discord. So shadowcasters.network/Discord. And if you have any suggestions for an actual play to chill to, let us know, because we'll look into that system and just do it. Cool. All right. I'm okay, bye.